motherfuckers on the road. Where the hell they learn to drive? Jive turkeys at my job, about to get a cool, cold, mean five. Should've took the day off. Might slap my boss. My own damn kids pissing me off. As if I hadn't had enough. Chipotle, fuck my goddamn order up. I'm fed up, I'm fed up. I feel like slapping a nigga today. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I feel like slapping a nigga today. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I feel like slapping a nigga today. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Bartender, don't you see me waving you down? This guy came after me, I was here first, but you serving him rounds. No, I bought the Uber here, my friends expecting me to buy it back. Tomorrow morning, I better get a cash app, or every last one of you motherfuckers getting slapped. Bet that. Whoa, I feel like slapping a nigga today. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I feel like slapping a nigga today. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I feel like slapping a nigga today. Whoa, whoa, whoa. Woke up this morning with these thoughts in my head. The world would be better off if I just stayed my ass in bed. Whoa, I feel like slapping a nigga today. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I feel like slapping a nigga today. Whoa, whoa, whoa. I feel like slapping a nigga today. Whoa, whoa, whoa.
Hold on here. Is this the barbershop? Is this the barbershop?
Yes, it is.
It's the barbershop.
Yes.
Well, I mean, we can't talk straight in the barbershop. Then where can we talk straight? We can't talk straight nowhere else. You know, this ain't nothing but healthy conversation. That's all.
You gotta tell who the park down.
It ain't nobody exempt in the barbershop. You know that. Ain't nobody exempt. You can talk about whoever and whatever, whenever you want to in the barbershop.
I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody in the world blind? Please, Lord, give me a sign, a sign. I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody in the world blind? Please, Lord, give me a sign, a sign.
I wanna be the greatest. Everybody on the fake shit. I look around and feel like everybody is the fakest. I make this every day and I'm impatient, hoping one day I blow up from the basement. Statement, the top is so vacant. I don't hear shit that I think is amazing. Waiting for my day when I'm playing sold out shows for 1,000 faces. Hey, give me that crown, get in my way and to be put down. It ain't your place, all this my town. If I want that shit, then I'll get it right now. I'm losing it, the noose it fits. I'm losing shit, a stupid myth. You choose to live or choose to dip. You choose to fight or lose your grip and lose a gift.
I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody in the world blind? Please, Lord, give me a sign, a sign. I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody in the world blind? Please, Lord, give me a sign, a sign.
Yeah. There's no mercy in this world, just hunger-thirsty persons in different versions. Each new update, that shit worsens. Why? Pull back the curtain and you'll see the different vermin. We all have different burdens that all seem to cause disturbance. Yo, so do me a favor, don't treat me like a neighbor. Don't need the different flavors of your problems just to savor. I've got my own issues, I need a comb to get through. Don't need to groan with you, just go get your own tissue.
I feel like I'm losing my mind. Is everybody in the world blind?
The mute monster got me again. All right, guys, welcome to another episode of the Barbershop on Black Men Unfiltered Network. Listen, I want to welcome everybody in. The link is already listed at the top of the chat. If you're a guy and you got something on your mind, you got something you want to say, something you want to announce, something you want to talk about as far as your marriage, your relationship with your children, if you want to talk about your job, if you want to talk about anything that relates to us as men, please do not hesitate to hit the link. It's at the top of the chat. All right. All right, let's see here. Destin Davis, thank you so much for being here. Hi from Cincinnati, Ohio. How are y'all doing? We are doing absolutely great. Thank you for being here. Thank you for being a part of the show tonight. We appreciate you being here. Hit that like button, hit the subscribe button. Also hit that notification button so you know when we go live. We're here 7 days a week. This is an entire network that I have created with different shows, different topics, different people. And so I've created 7 shows for this platform, Monday through Sunday. All right. So make sure you hit the notification button so you know when we go live. Okay. All right. So thank you so much, Destin, for being here. Now, guys, there's been a lot going on in the world. A lot been going on. A lot of people have been talking about the president and the stuff that he's been doing. A lot of people have been talking about DEI. For a minute, hold on a second. Let's see what we got here. We got Scorched Earth in the building. He said, "What up?" At BMU Good Show Tuesday and last night. Yes, sir. We do our best to try to keep you guys entertained and educated. All right. So Black Men Unfiltered Network is for entertainment and educated. And I know that a lot of people, are not going to tune in because we don't really like to, we don't really get it in over here as far as calling each other names and beating each other up. However, we do what we can for those who listen. So right now we got 10 people watching. Hit the like button and hit the subscribe button while you're in here. Also get in the chat. Let me know you're here. So thank you so much for being here, Scorched Earth. Let's see who we got in here. Let's see what else we got. We got the first offering of the night, Curtis Moore. All right. We try to get $100 on the Cash App, $100 on the Super Chat. We are already $5 in. Curtis Moore, thank you so much. We're $95 away on the Super Chats and $100 away on the Cash App. If you want to give by Cash App, if that's more convenient for you, you will see it rolling at the bottom of the screen right now. All right. All right, Tommy B, what's going on, man? Good to see you, my brother. Good to see you. Again, guys, thank you for being here. Hit the like button, hit the subscribe button. All right. Hit the share button, hit the notification button. And the link to this show tonight for all the guys, make sure you turn your camera on because we men, we stand on what we believe and we want people to see us for what we stand on. So thank you so much for coming in. Hit the like button, subscribe button, notification button, hit that camera button, and come on up here and voice your opinion about tonight. Now, you guys see what the show is about tonight. Jason Wilson, everybody knows Jay. Jay's been out here really clowning. He's been out here on a book tour and he's really been clowning, guys. And we're going to get into it tonight. All right. We're going to get into it tonight. All right. All right. So I've been a little bit under the weather. I think Arpain gave me this sinus thing last time he was on here. He's that sick bastard. All right. But anyway, guys, so far tonight, I got my brother from another mother in the building tonight. Arpain is in the building. What's going on, Arpain? How you doing, man?
All right, man. Well, you know what, man? I'm still under the weather.
Oh, man. Where were you at?
It's not even that, man. It's just seasonal shit, man. That's all.
Oh, I get it.
Whatever. It's hanging out with a lot of family, man, from all over the country, man, hanging in there. I don't know what I got, man. Your close quarters. I'm cool. It's not even like a cold, man. It's just like chest congestion and shit. So
yeah, me too, man. Like, it's not stopped up, but it's up in this area right here. I hate it. No. But we rock it out, we get through it, and we move forward.
Exactly.
All right. So let me see who it. Tommy said, "What's up? What's up, Tommy?" He said, "I just got over some shit himself." He said, "Spreading like crazy." Yeah, I know, man.
There's a few people, man. I know. Everybody I know is sounding crazy, man.
Corey Joe, it's too better. He says, "Salute BMU, Mr. Payne in chat." What's going on, Corey? Man, good to see you tonight, my brother.
What's going on?
He said, "My son gave it to me, coughing in my face." I know that's right, brother. These kids will give it to you. They go to school with all these filthy ass other kids and they bring it home to you. R-Pain, stay off them poles. Wait a minute.
Yeah, I can't imagine what kind of germs on those goddamn poles.
Oh my God. All that juice and bacteria. All right, so for Curtis Moore, thank you so much, man. And anybody else that wants to give tonight, wear the Cash App, because I'll call you out on the Cash Apps as well. We always like to play something for you guys when you guys are generous enough to give us a Cash App or a Super Chat. So I'm going to play something for you. Let's see what we got that I haven't played in a while. Let's see. You know what? I'll give y'all this one. White Chocolate.
Got a red room, it's the red hour when the sun sets in my bedroom. Oh, it feels like I'm inside a flower. It feels like I'm inside my island. It feels like I'm inside a flower.
All right, man. Appreciate that, Curtis Moore. As we continue to go on, guys, you know, if you do send a Super Chat or a Cash App, send your message along with it. I'll make sure I read it out, make that priority for the show. All right, so I want to go ahead and jump right into this. R-Pain, do you know who Jason Wilson is?
Nah, I don't think I met him.
Okay. Yeah, the guy on the thumbnail, that's Jason. We're going to get into him later. But
okay.
I always want to acknowledge men who stand on business, R-Pain.
Okay.
And one of the men that I've seen stand on business is the Anton Daniels.
Of course.
Did you see the debate between Anton Daniels and Yachty?
Yes, I did.
Yada?
Yeah, I saw it.
Yeah, man. And one of the things that stuck out to me, and I clipped it, I'm going to play it very quickly here, is how Anton talked about Yada's response to him. I didn't even play Yada's part because he's a damn idiot. But Yada was saying that a woman should chase a man for his bag and she should date several men to get to the bag. He didn't say sleep with them, but, you know, have several men. And Anton said, but you didn't talk about character. So let's see what Anton had to say, because I appreciated Anton's sentiment on this. Here we go.
These are the questions that he can't answer for you because the only thing he talks about is pandering. I'm talking about context. I'm talking about substance. I'm talking about spirituality. I'm talking about praying together. I'm talking about building. You're supposed to get married when you're young because it prevents you from sinning and finding yourself with all of these bodies and these soul ties that ultimately carry with you for the rest of your life. And then you start to see every single man and you can't take it out of your memory with the person that you wind up being with. Most women have skipped over the man that they're supposed to be with because they didn't have the guidance, because they didn't have the spirituality. They don't know the word of God. And so it's easy to just say, oh yeah, just provide 100%. What happens when life happens and you 22, 23, 24 years old and you get married? The economy messed everybody up. Everybody that thought that they had it, guess what? You got a plan and then God has a plan. What happened to the character? Why you don't talk about character?
Hold on, and Anton,
why he don't talk about character? Because what I teach my daughter, I'm a reflection of the man that I would want my daughter to marry. I don't tell my daughter to go and look for a guy to provide for her. I tell my daughter to go and look for a guy that's believing in God, that has good character, that actually worships and looks for and focuses on his purpose, because everything else falls in line. The money is gonna come. We so busy chasing money. Seek ye first the kingdom of God and his righteousness, and everything else will be added unto you. You don't have to chase money. You don't have to look to women to provide for them, because if you're naturally that, if you're raised up in the admonition of your father, which is what God has ordained for you to do, you don't have to worry about that. That's naturally in you. And so, yes, absolutely, she should be purposeful. And her purpose at that time could be raising the children, depending on if y'all got children. Her purpose at that time could be.
R-Pain, what are your thoughts?
Yeah, when I saw it, man, he was cooking, man. You know, he said something that I agree with wholeheartedly. One of the biggest compliments my daughter ever gave me is she said, you know, Dad, I can't find no guys like you out there. She said, I can't find no men out there like you. So, you know, I said, you know, it's funny, it made me feel kind of funny, but, you know, it was really a compliment, you know. So, 'cause I would like her to marry a guy at least like me, you know. Her mother's happy. But you know, so it's tough. So Anton said it right. You know, he's grooming his daughter to try to find somebody like him. You know, so it's not easy. It's not easy. So, but he just could, and the guy never talked about character. The whole thing, you know, the Yachty dude, man, his whole shit is upside down.
Yeah.
You know, talking about putting women on pedestals, so he's looking up her skirt. And why are you looking up her skirt? How you leading her? You know what I'm saying? I mean, it's crazy. It's crazy.
I want to say this too. Welcome to the show, my guy, my brother from another mother. Mr. Bennett is in the building tonight.
It's good, gentlemen. Can you hear me?
All right.
What's going on?
It's all good. Can you guys hear me okay?
Yes, sir.
Yeah. Awesome.
And Mr. Steele, I see you, Dr. Steele, in the building tonight, man. He said, hi, BMU, hi, R-Pain, hi, chat. What's going on? How you doing, man? Good to see you. If you want to come up, guys, the link is in the top of the chat. Mr. Ben, did you get a chance to see the video?
Yeah.
What are your thoughts?
I mean, I mostly agree with what he said as far as the character, but at the same time, this is the same guy who says that you shouldn't have any children unless you make over $100,000 a year. So what is it? I mean,
right.
Does the money matter or it doesn't? So I don't know. Anton, I've never been quite the fan of his. I mean, I think he, you know, speaks to the, I guess, the moment of what it gets clicks and likes or whatever. I mean, I can rock with some stuff I don't, but you know, I've heard him say, like, he said, if you don't make over $100,000 a year, you shouldn't have any children. Well, if less than 10% of people make $100,000 a year, you're not going to have a lot of kids in the world. So he just says what he says. But on that point, certainly, you know, I can't disagree with what he said. Character should be Matt. I talked about it the other night on Peter's show, talking about, you know, look, you know, for me, what do I look for in a young man who might be interested in my daughters? I am looking for someone who certainly character is important and the direction that they're going towards. They don't have to be a finished product, but I need to see that you're moving, you know, in the right ways, have the proper thoughts and mindset. So so yeah, certainly something that I can rock with. You know, I don't always agree with the messenger, but I can't disagree with him in this case.
All right. So, hey, I appreciate that. All right. Anything else you want to add, R-Pain? All right. So, you know, I think a broken clock can be right twice a day.
Mm-hmm.
I think that's the way we should look at it.
That's a good point. Good way to look at it. Yep.
Because, you know, what he was saying was good, because you do want a man with character with your daughter. You don't want no damn elevator minded man with your daughter. You know, you want him to be a guy, you know, that's really not an asshole. You know, you want a guy that's really going to be there, respect your daughter, and she can respect him, and it'll flourish. And I know, Mr. Bennett, your daughters are getting up in age, so I know one day it may come to the point where she say, Dad, this is a man who wants, or a guy may come to you and ask for your daughter's hand in marriage. And I was just, you know, I want to pick your brain a little bit about that. What are your thoughts if, when the guy comes, what process does he have to go through when he says, you know what, Paul, I want to ask your daughters, I want you to ask you for your daughter's hand in marriage. What are you saying to him at this point?
Well, I would have basically, I'm observing him the whole time. There's one kind of in play right now. So but I've been watching him sort of the whole time, and how he's conducted himself, how he's been able to interact with the family. Because again, marriage is about family. It's not just about the couple involved, but how you interact with everybody. My wife loves him. I mean, everybody, you know, he gets a report from everybody. He's hardworking. He's pursuing additional, you know, degrees and certifications and whatnot. So he's on the right path, and he's shown a lot of responsibility over the 3+ years he's been with my daughter. So for me, the only thing I'd want to know is, okay, you know, kind of what is your plan, 1 year, 2 year and whatnot. And, have you really sorted this out, or are you doing it simply because you think that, you need to do this in order to keep my daughter? So, so I'd want to know what that is. And then at the same time, I know my daughter and the way she thinks, I don't know if she's ready for marriage yet. So I'm like, so I got to look at that as well to say, look, I think you would certainly be the guy, but is she in the right headspace also? So the conversations I had with her in terms of how she sees the future, are you guys aligned? And if that's the case, then I don't have an issue with it, but I got to look at her and where she's at and what she's thinking. Cause again, we just went out Sunday night. I mean, I'm definitely putting on my calendar to be a lot more intentional about spending time with my daughters. Like, so we're going out, we're like really separating time out to really talk about what's going on in the world, how they're thinking about things, now they're processing things, to really got to get an understanding of where they're at, and if I can give them wisdom and guidance. So yeah, if I think that they're aligned, then yeah, he gets my blessing. But up to this point, he's shown himself to be very responsible, and certainly no red flags that I see. Maybe a little bit more seasoning, but that's going to come with time. But I'm also a fan of marrying younger. I think the older you wait, again, folks wait until 30, 35. There's a lot of things that get like concrete, get permanently set, and it's hard to break out of those things when you've been independent for so long. So yes, I'm definitely in agreement on that as well. I would rather them get married young and work some things out, rather than getting so set in your lifestyle and your ways that you can't merge with one another.
Payne, you got a daughter as well. How many daughters you have?
2.
So
yep.
what's your idea of when
the same thing? It's funny. I started going out. I mean, I've been going out over the years with my daughters. One of the things I did miss, now that I'm looking back, is for my job, I was out of town a lot, Excuse me for a second. I was out of town a lot, man. For their 10 years of their formative life, I was on the road 2 weeks out of every month. I was going a lot. So I mean, some of that you never get the time back. So that's why I started like that family meals where we can sit down and talk. But I go out with my daughters every so often. We have those dates and stuff, and we start talking. But my oldest is 32 now. And as far as I know, she had one serious relationship. And she wasn't that hurt by it. We talked a little bit, but it broke up. I mean, we had a family dinner and everything. I met the parents. We sat down and, because she was young too. She was like maybe 23 with this guy, 24. And then he was going into the service. So I liked what he was trying to do. He signed up. He was then he got stationed over Spain, and that was the end of that relationship. You know what I'm saying? My youngest is 25. She's just still enthralled with her work and her music, so she's living back here with me now. So she goes out a lot, but she hasn't really talked about boys and stuff like that. She's just focused on what she's doing, so we talk, but man, they've been really touched by this liberalism kind of stuff. I mean, they're not like these hyenas like that. I know that much. But they are modern chicks in terms of the way they think. A lot of Black women are liberal, right? Just the way they think, and I can't get on their case because I've been more liberal than I thought for most of my life, so I took the hit for that. I wish they were a little bit more conservative and stuff, but in due time, they like dudes, they like guys, but if they can't find the right one, they'll do it out. And I can't force that situation. I can't even shame them. Oh, what grandkids, no. You look at me like I'm crazy. So, I mean, yeah, so I just wish the best for them. But in the meantime, there's still everything else. They're doing pretty well, man. They have no drama, because I cover them. I talk to them a lot, and they just go about they work too much. They like me. They're always working. Also always working, so as long as they're not doing stupid shit, I guess I can't complain.
Yeah. Well, I mean, we got Mr. Benny. I know you want to respond when we introduce Coach
Yeah.
Ferg's in the building tonight. Coach Ferg,
Right.
get you in just a second. Mr. Benny, you want to respond to that?
Yeah, it's just that when it comes to, I keep thinking about that recent event. I might have talked about it here, where I was at my township municipal building, and I was getting my dog license renewed for my dog, and there were 2 weddings that were literally taking place like right there. Like the first one was, it was this young Latino couple. Both of them couldn't have been more than 21 years of age.
Oh, nice.
They had one witness that was there. It was like the hot auntie in this red dress and whatnot. You can tell she was just out, and she was the witness for the wedding to take. I don't know if she was the mother of the bride or what. So that was about to take place. And then there was another gathering, an Asian Indian couple. Now this one, they had about maybe a dozen people at best. The cost of the wedding or the marriage, like $125. It's like, who do you make a check payable out to? You had an elected official from my township. He was actually going to do the ceremony. They were going to go right into the room where they do the town council meetings or whatnot, do it right there. They had a few witnesses or whatnot. And I was just thinking to myself, it's like, wow, this is, even though it wasn't the big glamorous wedding that everybody wants and whatnot, you could still tell that it was just a special event. And I'm just thinking to myself, it's like, people make marriage like a big deal, which it is. But do you need everything that comes with it? Who says a wedding has to cost $50,000? And if these people are making, again, the Asian Indian couple, you can tell. I mean, folks are engineers and doctors and all that. They're not at this point. They're not concerned with, now if there was in India, they'd be having weddings with 1,000 people there.
That's right.
But it was just a simple thing with just people who were just, you could tell that, all that other stuff will come later. Job, career, you can still have all of that or whatever, but we just want to be married. And let's build our lives from here. And I just thought it was just a beautiful thing, just seeing that these 2 things that were about to go down. But the wedding itself, it was just, dude, the Latino guy had on the, black suit. He had some white Nike Air Force Ones on, the bride had a simple white dress on, and it's just, it was just, but you could just tell it was just, it was just a beautiful thing.
Yeah.
And I'm just thinking that, this paradigm, like, you have to put work and career and all this stuff before marriage and all that. I just don't see it, especially with young people. But I think the older you get, you just want more extra. You think it just becomes more complicated. But just the simplicity of what I saw was just something that says, yeah, we might. And I was kind of taking pictures. I was showing my family. It's like, look, they're getting married and all that. And then even one of my daughters, she was like, oh no. Getting married for $125, but I'm just saying. But I would just leave out. I'm saying, you know what? A lot of these folks are going to be married than a lot of other people who spend $100,000 figures on a wedding.
That's right.
I just
Let me ask you something, Mr. Bennett.
Yeah.
Are you hearing, and everybody else, are you hearing more people starting to say people should start getting married younger? I'm starting to hear more and more people say, you know what? Maybe we're wrong. These people need to get married younger as opposed to older. As long as
I've seen and heard for a while. I mean, even when I was in college, like they had graduate housing for a lot of the foreign students from China and whatnot. I mean, my dorm, you had kids running around, you had carriages and stuff, and both of them pursuing master's and doctorate degrees in engineering and sciences and all this kind of stuff. Mm-hmm. So I think the idea that, oh, well, I got to get to a certain point in life before I can take this on. Look, maybe you do. Maybe it is a maturity thing, but I never thought it was like essential. And the longest marriages I know were the cheapest.
And
they didn't have a ton of stuff getting started. They just built it together over time. Mm-hmm. But I've been to weddings. I mean, Immaculate, Martha's Vineyard, pigeons being released, that whole thing. 2 years later, it's over. So I just don't think it's a requirement. I think either way, marriage is going to kind of work. But whether you start younger or older, I think the path is going to be the same. and maybe a little ignorance is bliss when it comes to certain things, because you know, I think some people just overthink some things.
All right, Coach Ferg in the building, and then we get Tommy B. Coach, what's up, Tommy B?
What's happening?
Coach Ferg, what you got, man? Hey, Champ Talk reactions. It's the link is at the top of the chat, brother. Go ahead, Coach Ferg.
How y'all doing, man? You know, y'all old guys need to get outside. I mean, in reference to the video with Anton, man, I think, you know, I listened to him, you know, months ago. I think when I first got introduced to the internet, you know, I think it was a little over a year and a half ago. As far as YouTube specific, you know, listening to people do a lot of talking. You know, I've always been outside working with people outside. So to be in this space, I think some messages could be valid as far as a young man. As far as the money, if you're looking at life at 18, 19, is from a money point of view, you already $50,000 behind. You know, I got a 21-year-old son, and I'm telling him, man, he works every day. He's ready to get his CDL in about 6 months. I told him, get that skill, let that be one skill, get another skill. And he's never had a problem with, you know, as far as communicating with females his age, you know. So again, if you want to get rich, go hand it to the ladies. That'll get you rich quick, fellas. Don't be smashing them all, but just, you know, but that's the sad reality of it. That's the sad reality, because, you know, if you're going to spend $40,000, $50,000 just to feed some people that talk about you all your life and call you ugly and criticize what you're talking about in life, then that's a waste of time. You know, you can find a way. Shoot, why not have a $200 wedding, invite your mother and your father, and just go by your house, or, you know, save it. Wait till your 25th year and go have a celebration. I mean, I don't know, man. You know, everybody gonna have to figure it out, because when I go outside, I see young people getting along, you know, but as far as building, sort of a beginning of a generational wealth, because, you know, it's been a word going around for a long time, but it ain't really happened in our community. But I think for an individual, just use some of these talking points, man. I think individuals can start for themselves. 40-year-olds and over, they struggle. I can be honest with that. 21, the world is yours. If you coming out 21, you're a man this summer, the world is yours. Don't have babies out of wedlock. Work out. Find somebody that you like when you go out. Put your wardrobe on. Smell good. And you'll be straight. Don't make no babies out of wedlock. Travel the world. And then choose when you know, at 25 or choose at 35. However they acting, that's how you choose. So I get. But I just want to say this. Listen, my letter. Salute to my wife, man. You know, she confirms to me every day, man. Like, if I don't want to be out on the streets, I ain't going out on the streets. She gonna live upstairs, I'm gonna live downstairs. And then you niggas coming over, y'all got to get to come around back. You ain't coming over. My German Shepherd go get you first. But yeah, man, just you got to take it for what it is, man. You know, some dudes ain't built to have a woman. Some dudes are. So it's what it is.
All right, Tommy B, man, thank you for being here tonight, my brother. What are your thoughts on what you heard the guys say so far?
I don't think everything is one size fits all. Even with the wedding thing, I more lean towards, you know, if you can afford it, cool. I think the problem is most people that throw those type of weddings can't afford it. You know, so they going through savings and stuff to pay for it. I think that's when it becomes a problem. If you can afford it, hey, it is what it is. But uh to what Mr. Bennett said, I literally just seen a post today that said that there's a extreme higher percentage of the people that have the expensive weddings and expensive rings having divorces as compared to the people with the cheaper ones. Now I don't know what's the correlation there, what's the math or whatever, but that was something that was put out there. But it's give and take when you talk about the getting married young thing, because uh, in this country in particular, I think we mature slower than a lot of other places. I.e., if you go to college and you see how they act it ain't the most mature people on earth. You know what I'm saying? So to tell people in this country that act the way that they act at that young of an age, I don't know if marriage is necessarily the best thing for them to do. Just because of at the rate that we mature over here. In other countries, they tend to mature a little faster. I don't know if they take stuff more serious or whatever, but you go to your local college and you can see what, 18, 19, 20, 21 year olds are doing. Like I said, when I was in the military, I saw firsthand what 18, 19, 20, 21 year olds were doing. Them ain't dudes that I'll be saying, yeah, you ready for marriage. You know what I'm saying? So um I think it's a person by person thing. One of the things that I've had an issue with just in this space overall is people thinking that their way is the only way. And we're too multifaceted as people overall to just think that there's only one way of doing this. And for me, I think that's why, you know, uh, a lot of these messages are getting convoluted because it's a one size fits all. And if your way isn't fitting my size, now I'm going to insult you and you're stupid and da da da, and it ain't going to work. I told you I always use, for example, my homeboy, his mom and dad. That lady ran that relationship, hands down, money, everything. But they've been married for 40, 50 years. So how is somebody who been married for 5 years gonna tell me they doing it wrong when you ain't made it to where they made it to? Now, is it a way that I would personally run mine? No, but who am I to tell them they doing it wrong when it's literally worked and they're still married to this day? So I think that's the thinking that a lot of people need to get out of is my way is the only way is to be done. That I mean, again, it's too many variations of people for that to be true. You got some men, we even talk about it, alphas, beta, sigma. I don't even know what that shit mean, but I'm just saying it just shows you the different variations of guys. So it can't be one size fits all. And if you go through the women, the same thing, they're all different. So it can't be one size fits all. And so I think when we have these conversations, people, especially if they have success with their way, they tend to think that their way is the only way, and any other way, it just won't work. And for me, I look, if you made it work, because marriage is hard as shit. So if you find a way for it to work, then you did it the right way. You know what I'm saying? And that's the only thing that I can say. Because whether you do it right or wrong, it's an extremely hard thing to make work. So if you can find a way to make it work, then I think you did it the right way. Whether it was old, young, whether she let it, you let it, however it goes, if it works, then I think you did it the right way.
All right, man. Well, right, I get what you're saying. Dr. Steele is in the chat. He said his mom and dad got married when they were 19 and 17, respectively. How long have they been married now? Well, how long were they married if they're still here or not? I don't know. Um, but man, yeah, I did get married young back in the day. My grandmother and my grandfather got married very, very young. I think my grandfather and my grandmother was 14 years old when she got married.
And to that point, BMU, what's a lot of the things we figure out when we get older about the marriages? It was a lot more flawed than we thought it was.
Yeah,
We were young, they didn't tell us our marriage, but I'm getting older. I'm finding out about my grandfather having women all around the neighborhood. You get what I'm saying? So
Yeah.
we look at these people and go, oh hey, they did it this way. And then when you start peeling back the layers of what was going on, hey, that necessarily wasn't the best
Right.
situation. You know what I'm
Mhm.
saying? But one of the biggest things that I've seen um with people that get married like really young is you everybody like me from 18 to me now, I'm a completely different person. So imagine me getting married at 18 and my beliefs is a certain way and the way I act is a certain way, and then me getting at 40 and I'm a completely different way. And now I'm with another person who's probably going to go through that same transition and then trying to make that align the whole way. You get what I'm saying? Like
Mhm.
that's a very like, and to that point, uh what I've seen with a lot of people when they get married young is the whole either one, I felt like I missed out situation. Um, and I've heard that more with the women. With the guys, it's the curiosity that kind of overtakes them because they didn't have that time to, kind of go out there and uh I guess you say like feed your imagination or whatever. So that kind of gets, and when I think about that, that's when I think about somebody like my grandfather and them who got married young, and then you hear about them having women all over the place. Oh, you didn't get the, like, for me, I did all of that. So if I get in a relationship, I don't have them curiosities in my head because I've been there, done that. You know what I'm saying? But for a guy that hasn't, and then from what I hear from a lot of guys, when you get married, that's when they really start coming.
Oh yeah.
So now imagine the guy who didn't really get to go through that. Then you get married, and now you're getting this extra attention.
Yep.
You get what I'm saying? So I'm just saying it's plus and minuses with everything. You get what I'm saying? So
Agreed.
I'm not against the marry young or with it. I'm just saying it's plus and minuses with everything.
Yeah. Hey,
Well,
Tommy, just giving.
it sounds like you're more it sounds like you're more negative against young marriage. But when I say young marriage, just for me, I mean in your 20s. I'm not talking about teenagers. I'm talking about a person who, because I think these days, even in my day, college was when you went to college at 18. By the time you left at 22, there's a growth spurt in maturity. There's a growth. I mean, I was a completely different person that, when I got out of college by 22, 23 years old, because of the experiences I had there. I led organizations. I had to be completely responsible for the work I had to do. I had to live. I had to bring money in. I had to do all kinds of shit like adult people do, right? I got in any kind of trouble. I had to get myself out of it. And when I say trouble, I mean financial. I had to move. I had to do all kinds of stuff. Um, so as an 18-year-old going in, when your parents or your grandparents took care of everything, you had to do all that stuff for yourself. So by the time you're 22, 23, you get a degree, you've accomplished something, you start working. I think we don't give ourselves enough credit. I mean, just like when a woman goes away to college, she usually doesn't come out of college unscathed. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Just like a dude doesn't. So I'm saying when you get around 24, 25, maybe 26, 27, I think you should look at it, because I know that when you're in your 30s, especially for women in the modern era, they have trauma, man. They just do. And they have to shake that shit off, because they always project whatever that trauma is on a new guy. And heaven forbid they get pregnant in their 20s. Now they got a whole another issue. So I just think that the drama, and men who have their experience sexually is different for a man than it is for a woman. But a man who had a lot of sex, he has trouble with relationships because he knows how to get out of them later on. So sometimes that dedication. But I do agree with you, Tommy, that there's no one size fit all.
Yeah,
But it's done. But I think older people are the ones telling younger people, and I'm not saying you, for the most part, get married later and have fun in your 20s. And I don't agree with that anymore. I just don't agree with that. I mean, it's going to happen because of society, but I don't agree with that. I think that's a mistake.
no. So if I was to give advice, it would be, again, like I said earlier, like it'd be per person. If I saw a guy that was
Right.
young, that was mature, then I wouldn't have a problem leaning him that way. But like what you just said, I'll just use, like, because I wasn't in college. I'm watching from the outside when I say college, but like military.
Yeah, I was going to say military. It's kind of the same
So
thing.
I'm in charge of a $33 million helicopter. So I should be very mature. I'm also getting off at 5 o'clock in the morning, going to the bar and getting shit faced. You get what I'm saying? So yes, there are people. Of course, it's not a everybody, but um, that's why I said, like, with this country, it just seems that we just mature at a slower rate than other countries. And that's just from what I've seen.
Remember, it's because we're freer than a lot of other countries.
It might be. I'm, like I said, I'm not sure exactly why. It's just,
Hmm.
like I said, like being in the military, and I was a little older than the guys because I turned 21 in boot camp. So I'm really watching these guys it was a different perspective because if I was 18, I'd be doing it with them and I wouldn't see nothing wrong with it. But me being like 21 and I had already kind of lived a little bit, and I'm around these guys who it's their first time away from home, and I'm looking at the way they act, I'm like, yo, this is wild. And the crazy part was, like I said, some of these guys was married. You get what I'm saying? So, and I'm just like, okay, you get what I'm saying? Like, so when I hear people with the married young, again, I'm not against it. It's a per person thing. So I give you a perfect example, like Cheeky, super mature for his age.
Right.
Super mature for his age. So if somebody that handled themselves like Cheeky was 19, 20 years old and was thinking about marriage, of course I wouldn't be like, yeah, because of the way he handles himself. But what I'm saying is the average person at those ages, if you really look at the way they act overall, and this goes across all races, we're just goofy for an extended period of time for some reason. And I'm talking about, and unfortunately, some people it gets you even scraping 30 sometimes before some people kind of click.
Hey, Tommy, I know you talked about just your personal evolution over time, the maturing that you've done over time. Has that made you, and I don't know if you've ever been married before, but does that make you more in your latter years, more open to marriage? 'Cause I think at the end of the day, I think you have to want to be married. I don't know if that's just something that just, if you don't want it at any age, I don't think it's going to work. But are you more open to it as you got older, or were you more gung-ho about it when you were younger?
I wasn't necessarily against it. I think for me, a big part was when I was in the military, I wasn't gonna get married for obvious reasons. I mean, I've seen people get screwed over, wife here, you sent here, all kind of stuff. So that wasn't gonna happen. So that put me all the way at like 25. When I got about 25, 26. But I've never been necessarily against it because I mean my mom and dad was married for 30 years. You know what I'm saying? My whole pretty much childhood they was married. They didn't divorce until I was I think 30. So I've never necessarily been against marriage. And even when they divorced, my dad wasn't necessarily in my ear going, oh, don't ever do this, yada 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 type shit. I tell people all the time though, I'm not gonna lie to you. The worst promoters of marriage are married men. Like a lot of the married men that I've seen are literally like the single guys ain't the ones because it's not necessarily a conversation or something. But when I see a lot of the married guys, it's not what I hear on YouTube a lot. You get what I'm saying? Like you go to the barbershops and it's like, oh, this, and this, or
So
like
Tom,
I said, oh, go ahead.
I just have another question in reference to those married men, right? Are they close to your age or is just down the spectrum?
I've seen it down the spectrum. I've seen it from like I remember my dad friends when they used to come over and chop it up to my age. And then like I said, when I was in the military and looking at the younger ones. And again, it's not necessarily them directly like telling me this, it's me looking at them going, damn, I don't know if I want to live a life like that. You know what I'm saying? When I'm seeing a guy get off of work and he's sitting in the shack for 2 hours and I come in and going, dog, you got off of work 2 hours ago. What you still doing here? Oh, in 30 minutes, she'll be asleep. What? Never in life. You know what I'm saying? Or me having a house and I pull up in the driveway and my next door neighbor in the garage with the music blasting, it's like 2 in the morning. Dog, you all right? Yeah, man, she in there bitching. I don't feel like going in there. Like, bro.
So Tommy, that's my last question, man. Because
go ahead. It's good.
So, okay, have you ever been married?
You can say it was like a military thing. So,
Okay, so you got married in the military,
but it wasn't a real like
a union. Yeah, so
yeah,
right now, this mature age, right? And I think you would probably be close to 40, right?
Yeah, I'm 42.
Do you think that based off who you speak about who you are, you think you can find a woman that can fit within your narrative?
Yeah. So for me, I don't let other people kind of make me lose hope because I know I'm not that person, and it's certain stuff that they might deal with that I'm not gonna deal with. You get what I'm saying? So, but I'm just saying when I say that about seeing the other guys, I'm saying like if I'm walking around going, hey, do I want to get married? Let me see what it's like. And then I'm basing it off my experiences of talking or seeing these guys in real life. It ain't a real good advertisement. You get what I'm saying? Like it's not like, oh shit, that looks fun. You know what I'm saying? Like or a lot of times the shit don't even look happy. You know what I'm saying? But you do understand we're in America, and that's why I kind of chuckle when we're on these YouTubes and a lot of these people try to make the marriages seem like it's the happiest place on earth because we're in America, and just realistically, we're in a place where everybody, for the most part, is check to check. Like just realistically, I know we on YouTube and everybody's, 100,000 but realistically, the numbers say most people are check to check, can't even afford a $500 emergency.
Yeah.
So if you're dealing with marriage that's already hard, and then dealing with a life like that that's already hard, then I understand
Pause.
why a lot of people are, yeah, for real. Then I understand why a lot of people are, um, why a lot of people aren't necessarily happy, and it might not necessarily be the marriage, so my answer to you is me getting older. That's me kind of understanding, like, okay, it might be more the circumstances than the exact marriage. So the circumstances might be leaking into the marriage. I don't like my job. I don't make enough money at my job. All of that type of stuff might be seeping it. So when I'm young, I'm looking at it and I'm thinking it's just a marriage. The older I get and starting to kind of think more detailed, it's like, oh, okay, maybe it's the circumstances surrounding the marriage that might be making the marriage, you know, not the funnest thing. And realistically, in America, that's what most people's situation is. You know what I'm saying? Is stressed out. How am I gonna pay the bills? Not necessarily probably don't have the money to take her on a dates that that you probably should be doing, or probably want to do, but you ain't got the money for. So now she's acting a certain type of way. You get what I'm saying? Like the way that I think, I try to break it down in more details, and then so that's kind of what I came to is it's probably extenuating circumstances outside of the marriage that's probably making the marriage not operate the way it normally would.
Okay. So we're gonna welcome Frank to the show tonight. What's going on, Frank? How you doing, brother? You muted. You muted.
Yo, what's good with it? What's good with it?
What's good with you, brother? What's good, man?
Man, I was under the weather, man. I'm coming.
Everybody,
through,
bro.
man.
Everybody,
Yeah.
man. Welcome to the party.
Join the club.
Yeah, facts,
Yep.
bro. Shit took me out.
So listen, I got a video I want to play, and I know that our Payne, he's so tough. I'm glad Mr. Bennett is here to level this thing out, this playing field out, because I know our Payne's a tough guy. But I want to play this video, and I want y'all to discuss this with me because I think a lot of people, a lot of men, don't have this type of vulnerability. So let me play this real quick. Here we go.
To provide safety for you, but you cannot reciprocate it for me. I deserve to feel safe too. A number of black men internally, their internal world is not safe. And yet you want me to provide you with safety that I don't even know for myself. When I say to you that you've harmed me, you give me this rigmarole, that's not safe. When I tell you I'm tired, you get so wrapped up in your responses that you don't even give me the space to be fucking tired. That's not safe. I say to you that I don't feel connected to you. I say to you that you are not meeting my emotional needs. I say to you that I do not feel the way that you talk to me is uplifting, and you continue to do it. That's not safe. But yet you want me to continue to go out in this world and come back and do all of this stuff. You don't want me. You want your idea of me. And if I don't fit that idea, you begin rejecting me. That's not safe.
All right, guys, thoughts, concerns? We'll start with Mr. Bennett. Mr. Bennett, what are your thoughts about what he was saying? And you're muted, by the way. You're muted. You're still muted.
Let me come back to this. I'm still processing this one. Let me.
Okay. Oh, I ain't going to our pain right now. The hell with that. Frank, what are your thoughts?
Man, I almost feel like Mr. Bennett right here, but you know,
I can come back to you.
Nah.
Okay,
I think what really caught my attention was when he was saying when he tried to tell her something, and she would, kind of either, toss it Never mind, because that's fine. The first thing I thought about was pause. But you know what I'm saying? Like,
Yeah.
but the fact that when she when he told her something, she would throw it back at him. You know what I'm saying? And so like I can understand how that would make you feel some type of way. Um, is it safety? Yeah, I think yes. Just because you want to feel like you can share these things and be able to tell your woman these things, and that she's going to be able to take that in, be able to process it, be able to come out on the other side and have a healthy conversation, right? But then soon as you say, yo, babe, you know what I'm saying, listen, let me tell you right now, what you saying is just not rocking. It's not going the way that I feel like it's going. And then we go back to, whatever happened 2 years ago and how I heard her and all of this. And then now you didn't, now we didn't came all the way back around to some other things that have nothing to do with the moment at hand. Of course, like you're going to feel like I feel like I have to go talk to other people. Like, you know what I'm saying? And in that situation, now you put your relationship in jeopardy. Because you just never know other people's like outside factors, their intentions, they telling you shit, even some of your boys. You know what I'm saying? Like, some of your homegirls, they be wanting your man underneath. You know what I'm saying? Some people don't want to see people happy, and it just is what it is. They don't want to see your relationship flourish. So the first people that be telling you, oh yeah, leave that motherfucker, leave his bum ass, leave her, like those are the main people that don't want to see you. You know what I'm saying? Work your shit out, figure your shit out. You know what I'm saying? And so now you don't even feel safe talking to your friends, your partner, because all your partner gonna say is, "Hey man, leave that hoe." You know what I mean? Now I can't talk to my girl because she gonna turn some shit back on me. And so yeah, like I think that is a valid point. Um, where you just want to be able to have those moments and be able to talk, be able to get through things, work through things like two adults. You know what I'm saying? Um, I think some of the end of it was a little bit like theatrical, because it's like I never experienced nothing like that in my life. And maybe there are men like that, you know what I'm saying, that are going through those things, you know what I'm saying? And maybe they needed to see that. But yeah, man. Yeah, that video was a little deep.
Yeah, I can go. I'm gonna surprise you, BMU. I know where that guy's coming from. I wouldn't couch it like that though, in terms of safe, and I wouldn't be using those kind of words. Sound like YouTube words. But there was a clip going around with a man who worked with his hands and tools, and he had a spool of wire that he had his whole adult life.
Oh, I saw that. I saw
And,
that.
yeah,
I remember that.
and he was down to the last I guess term, right? It was out, and he was just thinking that this spool of wire has been with him for his whole life. And he tried to convey that to his wife. And she just said some stupid shit that she wasn't even in tune where he was coming from. He was having like a moment.
She started laughing.
This guy probably hasn't shed a tear in 100 years. One of those big lumberjack kind of dudes. And he tried to share this with her, and she just completely missed where he was coming from. So that's kind of where this guy's coming from. But I guess I wouldn't, so I understand that. So one of the reasons why I kind of hesitate when I talk about my relationship with my wife, because this shit does sound kind of fairy tale-ish and shit to all the shit that I hear that's going on. Right? I mean, drama is one of the things that was at a minimum in my whole relationship. Right? We just had a weekend together hanging out. It's like we were still kids and shit. But but I understand, because my wife knows what kind of mood I'm in, so she would know how to be in tune if I was thinking about something like that. But but the way he was couching it, I kind of cringe when I hear men talk that way.
That's what was pulling me off, man.
I just do, but I know where he's coming from. I mean, I probably would be able to relate with him, and I probably would understand where he's coming from, but I would never couch it that way. I don't feel safe, baby. Oh, man, get a hold of me. I can't do it. Shit, I don't know. Anyway, that's me. I'll land it there. So I know where he's coming from, and I know a lot of men get in those spaces with their women, especially if they don't know how to edify the men and all that kind of stuff. So I can dig it.
All right, Tommy. And I'll get you Mr. Bennett.
I'm kind of with the fellas on this. Like, I understand where you're coming from, but blood, grab your nuts. Like, what is we doing? You feel me? Like, that's like, and to be solid with you, my nigga, if you talking like that, that's why she don't feel safe, and that's why she talking to you like that. Like that. Imagine the person that you depending on to provide security and safety online. Sound like you about to be in tears, bro. Like, nigga, grab your nuts. Like, what is
I
we?
beg your pardon.
Um, I remember we had a conversation a while back, BMU, and when we were talking
Yeah.
about the whole being vulnerable in front of
Yeah.
your woman.
Yeah.
And I told y'all back then, if I can't be vulnerable in front of you, bitch, you're not getting no ring from me. I don't care. I should be able to
Right.
come home and now again, am I gonna do this every day?
No.
Nah. But I should be able to come home and cry and you not look at me like you feel me like I'm less of a man or something. And if you do, cool. You ain't the one for me. It's that simple for me. Like, there's no way that the person that I'm the most vulnerable with, as far as I'm laying down and sleeping next to you, you can literally do whatever you want to me while I'm in that position. So there's nobody else on this earth I'm more vulnerable with than my woman. I'm here,
Mhm.
I'm sleep, and I'm open to whatever you want to do to me. You can take me out. And they got a show on Hulu right now called Paradise. I don't know if y'all up on it. But the biggest, toughest dude and who he got took out
Is
by.
it good, Arbain?
It's
Yes,
good
it
as
is.
hell.
It's good, man.
I'm gonna check it out.
But
Don't tell me
Arpay, who he
shit.
got took out by? A little old woman. You know what I'm
That's right.
saying? This dude was a rough
And he didn't
dude.
see it. He didn't see it covered at all.
Nah, because what he told her, you better be the biggest motherfucker. And you get what I'm saying? So that's the position I'm in with you. You get what I'm saying? I trust you so much and I'm sleeping next to you every night and you can literally do whatever you want to me. And you telling me I can't come to you if something crazy happened or whatever and I might drop a tear or something. Like, and to hear the men, I remember Angry Man was up there. It was a couple, and everybody was, oh, you crazy, Tommy. I'm like, bro, y'all sleeping next to women that you're telling me that you don't feel comfortable crying. That's insane to me, bro. Like, if I give you this ring, and to your point, Ferg, I am an overthinker, so maybe this is why I might not have made it down the aisle. Is that's where my brain goes. If I give you this ring, that means I trust you beyond everybody on this earth. You get what I'm saying? Like, I've been medically diagnosed with PTSD. Like, my nerves is bad. So if I'm sleeping next to you, there's a trust there. You get what I'm saying? Because I sleep on top of some shit, and I'll just leave it at that. Like, that's where my brain at. So,
Oh.
uh, so, uh, but was it? I don't know if it was 60 Goddess or if it was what you call it. But part of what he said was hella true when he said a lot of women have an idea of a man in their head, and then the moment you don't start fitting that man, they start, you know, basically belittling you as if you're not in their head, you're not fitting this critique of what that man should be, and now all of a sudden you're not up to par. You get what I'm saying? And that's real. I've seen that happen before, and it gets petty, bro. It's like any little fucking thing you do, and to a woman that I've dealt with that before. My question to them is, what nigga do you know that do that? Because some of the stuff in their head that they think you should do be like superhero shit. You know what I'm saying? Like, some of these memes is real that you see online when they be like, if I want to go get my nails done, that's gonna cost like 300. Bitch, where? Who? Like, huh? You get what I'm saying? So, like, stuff like that, if they have it in their head that that's what their ideal man, should be able to do, or he should treat me this way, or all of this stuff, and you start not fitting those criteria, some of these chicks will act goofy with you. Real shit.
Hey. Mr. Bennett?
Yeah. I kind of touched on this last night. I was on another show with Pete, talking about like what is a good man. And a lot of times we measure goodness by how other people think about you. Like your measure of goodness is based on the woman that you're with or your peers or what have you. And I was saying that I think the definition, that's an internal conversation you need to have with yourself. What are you measuring that by? And I think that's where you kind of need a spiritual kind of connection. You know what I mean? Like there's work that only you can do when it comes to your development. So if this man, it sounds like he's relying or relying on his woman to do work that he needs to also be doing on his own. If he's having a tough time in the world, how do you navigate that? He might have missed some training. He might have missed there's something missing in his life where he doesn't know how to manage the stresses that are in his world. Certainly your wife or your partner certainly should be somebody who you can have that trust in, like Tommy B was saying, to say, hey, you would be a great aid. I mean, I know Litz talked about this in the class where he said, the purpose of a wife is to be, that proverb that says, the man, his wife, is like, he trusts in her. He can put his heart in his hands. So that's a part of what a woman is created for. But that's not everything, though. If you don't have a relationship with God or however that is, or you're not working on that personal development as a man, however you want to define what that is, but unless you don't feel good about yourself, I don't think anybody can really give that to you. So I think with him, it seems like there's some things that are missing in terms of his development that he did not get, that he might be over relying on her to give to him. And that doesn't mean that, for him to talk to her, always put her pain and her stresses above his and not listen to him. Yeah, that's a bad situation to be in. But there's some work that has to be of your own. And I don't know if that work is going on. I think every man at the end of the day, you need to wake up regardless of who's in your life or whatever. You have to come to a point where, you feel good about you. Like I've told people in the past, I didn't really start feeling good or confident in myself as a man until I turned about 40. And then in the years that came after that, the things that I had to deal with, taking care of my parents, which I talked about on the Plug show, I grew up a lot in that time. And growing up, I always felt I was, the weakest, the less secure. But just through that period of going through those experiences and growing and challenging and whatnot, I might have grew like 10 years in 2 years. There was a period where things were like really short. But I came out on the other side and I said, you know what? I'm not so bad after all. I am a good person. I can feel good that that God has been with me this whole time. I started really where I thought that when I'm in my teens and in my 20s, I always looked up to other people who I thought had it better than I did. Now I can look back over time and say, you know what, I passed a lot of those people. And so, sometimes time has to be that teacher that gives you that perspective if you actually go in there and fight the battles you need to be fighting and don't rely on other people to fight it for you. So until you start embracing that and taking that on, and I think for me personally, I'm not trying to preach, but I think it does start with some sort of get your spiritual stuff together. Because at the end of the day, I'm going to go before God and I can't say, well, my wife was bad, or I can't put blame on anybody. I got to be accountable to him, and he's the standard which I'm going to be judged at. So I have to do that personal work. I have to spend some time with God. I have to spend that time alone, getting with my thoughts or whatever, or getting what I need. If I don't get it from my wife, then I get it from counseling. I get it from the brothers in the barbershop. I get it from whoever I got to get it from. But I have to pursue that in whatever means or method to get there. But I need to be in pursuit of that. And I don't think a woman is even built that said, Hannah, it's great when she's there. It's great when she can be that person you can just lay in her bosom and just, just pour out. But what if I didn't have it? I still need to go out and do what I need to do. And I still need to be whole in one way or another, whether I'm married or single. So when you over rely on people to be that for you, I think that could be problematic. And just from how he was sounding, how he was acting emotionally, yeah, there's some work that you need to be doing, and you don't need to be putting all that burden on her.
Man, Coach Ferg, go ahead. And after you, and JT, my boy in the building tonight. What's going on, my guy?
What's up, JT?
What's happening, fellas? What's going on, man?
It's good, sir.
What up, Brody?
I want to go before Brother Benny, but I can just understand the mindset because I work with guys like him. And, you know, when we get to that age of reason at 40, those things should start kicking in with intention to be a real man. So salute to brothers like you who finally get it, and they get it at the right time and they move with it. But just to go back a little bit, you know, in our early adult years, I think this is a guy, and even on the women's side, this is a guy that had no relationship with a father figure. Salute to the fathers. You know, Tommy, you talk about your family and that your father gave you that. He gave you that knucklehead and a little sense at the same time. So salute to that, and I can understand, but it's a lot of guys who are young. This guy's young in the prime of his life, and he feels less than. He feels less than, and I would hate to see what type of mindset he has as far as a career and, you know, and getting in shape and things like that, because he's not alone out here. There's millions of young men in that age bracket and years younger coming out of the house with already this defeater's mindset when it comes to a woman. And that's where the dynamic falls apart, because now we can't, brothers would be at a great advantage if they could find a way to break out of it. And the best default is to be talking to your fathers right now. If you're young, go find to talk to him. If he ain't messed, let him find out for yourself that he ain't messed. Because there may be some things that he can give you that can push you. Don't go by what he looking like, because he can give you a world of game too. And he might have a little nugget that you need to get to the next level. But listen, God, I've seen guys like him. I've had grown men cry on my shoulder. And the person that they really talking to like it, it's not that woman, it's their mother. They're not talking. The woman is just an example. He's just seeing a repeat life of what he saw in the house. He got it from his sisters like that. He got it from the mama like that. And now he's out trying to figure it out with a woman. And that's where some brothers young fall apart, because I think if you are young, you should be working out. Listen, work out, get outside, eat healthy, work, gain that skill, whether you go to service, whether you get a trade, whatever it is. And look at women is like, it's like they're good to look at. You don't have to be friend all women you work with. You don't have to be friend all women. You can be nice. You don't have to disrespect them. But if you have and I use, I think I pay Brother Benny, that you have an intention on the type of woman you want, that's what you sort of have to focus on when you go shoot your shot. And if you wasn't handsome like me when you was 20, 30, then you might get shot down 8, 9 times. But those 2 might be the ones that could be for you. And I'm being facetious when I say that, but we already seen what it's been like. So going forward, and like I said, there's no one size fit all. Try all of them. Try all the possibilities and see which one works. So when you're young, you know, you don't want to be 40. You know what I'm saying? From 21 to 41, you want to be able to experience as much as you can outside of a woman, because if you're doing certain things, a woman would always see you. And she won't lead with her money. She'll lead with her character, which will probably, you can find that out soon. If she's leading with money first, man, don't even get her a snow cone. Just eat it in front of her. You know, you don't waste time with that. You can't waste time with that. You know, if you're on your purpose, you have to find women on their purpose too for you. So, salute to the pops, man.
All right, now JT, I'm glad you're here, man, because this next video is for you. It's your boy Jason Wilson, and he was on with B Simone. I don't have that clip, but he was on with B Simone, and he was telling B Simone that all the times that she had threesomes and foursomes and stuff with all these different men, that God was protecting her while she was doing that and saving her for another man, saving her for the right one. Yeah, God had his wing over her. He also said that anything that's of value needs to be in a safe. So that's the reason why she's safe from all. She was safe to do all those things, but none of those things hurt her because God protected her while she was out in the streets. Okay. So he said that, but then he said something about men. I want you guys to hear, and I know that you guys are deep thinkers. So I want to definitely play this for you guys and get you guys' thoughts on what he said on this podcast. Here he is.
The title is like, how many of us are the wrong man in the moment? How often do we blow those moments? You know, I often compare, you know, our emotional repertoire to the 8 box of crayons versus the 64 box of crayons. I break it down in there. As men, we're used to the 8, you know, having 8, and I tie it to the emotions, but we only pull 4 of those out: anger, boldness, aggression, and maybe fear. Okay? But women, they choose to use all of the emotions that God has given us both. And then we wonder why we can't communicate with the women in our lives. It's always like a conflict, like, she don't understand, you know, I'm trying to do this and this and that. Like, you're not really hearing her. You can't meet her with what she's saying because you only got 4 colors, brother. So she pulls out violet. She's trying to communicate violet. All you got is purple. She pulls out lime. You trying to get green and yellow, like, okay, but you don't see how hard I'm trying to work. I'm trying to, you know, no, your heart is too hardened. You're hearing her words, but you can't hear her heart. And so we respond dogmatically, and now our wives put their hands up. There is no communication at that point. And so I had to learn how to become a verbal processor and process in real time, like, what is my wife really saying? And when I got to that level, now I can say, hey, babe, instead of saying you pissed me off or, you know, just accelerate to anger fast, I can say, it hurts me that you don't trust me leading this home. Instead of saying, why don't you submit to me? Why don't you trust me, babe?
Yeah.
I haven't failed yet in this regard. We make mistakes, but I hold the house. I do my part as the man and the head of this home. Now I'm pulling more colors out. I can meet her. And that's the importance of being comprehensive as a man. We were created to be more than masculine. You look at David, brother, throughout the Psalms, he cried, but no one dared test his masculine attributes. You got the samurai, great warriors, but they loved the cherry blossom tree. No one talked about their fondness for flowers. You would get beheaded. Where did this come from? Chivalry. It's not a way to pander to women. It was a code of the medieval knights. You see, the whole alpha male concept is a myth. When you study it, and I break it down as well, there is no battle between 2 wolves to see who's going to lead the wolf pack. The leaders of the wolf pack are the breeding pair, the male and female.
Today years old.
Listen, you can Google that. It's out there. So in other words, from a human standpoint, the alpha wolves are those that are married. And then when you look at my brothers who often proudly boast being alpha, when you really look at them, when I meet with them, they're trying to hide behind the childhood trauma, the insecurities, the fears. Your whole embodiment is to please women, from the glasses to the cigars, to the big Bugattis, to the Ferraris, to the shoes, to the clothes. But yet you're the alpha, but yet your whole life is geared around pleasing women. And we don't see it because we've been conditioned to believe that we are to lead by intimidation. Those aren't the greatest leaders. If that was the case, we would have great peace in this world.
All right.
Yeah.
Fellas?
If what he said was right, I think every man on this panel would agree that women tend to get along with men more than they get along with other women. So if what he said was right, then that would be the opposite. I'm kind of confused on that. Since
What you mean?
women have this, because what he said was the reason why we have these whatever you call it with women, trouble with women getting along with them, whatever, is because we only have access to, or we only access for these color crayons or whatever, and they
8,
access all 64 or 8.
8 to
But
64. Yeah.
but and he's saying that, and if we were accessing all 64, we would get along better.
Right.
So my question would be, then why do women generally not get along with each other more than they don't get along with men? Because men get along with men fine for the most part. You know, we have our mashups, but we don't clash like women and women do. So I kind of that part he kind of lost me. Um, I think everybody knows the part where he's talking about the alpha part. I think everybody knows that the guys that are trying to be extra out as alpha is usually the ones that they hide some kind of insecurity from somewhere. So I think we all know that. But that first part he kind of confused me with, because I'm like, if what you said was true, then women and women we get along fine. And as we see, women tend to not get along with women a lot more than they don't get along with men.
Yep. Mr. Ben, you want to jump in there?
Yeah. Like Tommy was saying, the latter part I understood a little bit more than the first, in that, the image of what an alpha is or what a mass. I think we're always battling with that, but men have always been varied. We've had the warrior class, we've had the artisans, we've had the chefs, we've had, the creatives, the authors, the writers. So again, this idea that every man is a warrior has just never been true ever in history. You've always had divisions of men who've contributed to the building of the world in one way or another. So everyone's trying to pigeonhole and say what an alpha man is supposed to be, and usually it's through some sort of force or intimidation, like he said. So I can certainly agree with that. That I think we need to open up the meaning of again, what, not so much to be an alpha, but what it means to be a man. And if we want to have these archetypes of what a real man is supposed to be, then I think we're limiting ourselves. And again, like I said, historically,
you're muted.
You muted yourself, Mr. Bennett. Yeah, I can't hear you at all. Nothing.
Yeah, his mic must have went out.
It must have did. JT, talk to me, man. What you think about your boy? That's your boy. He in Detroit, right?
Yeah, most definitely. Shout out to DJ Maestro from the group Chaos and Maestro.
That's him?
That's what it. Yes, he was DJ.
Testing, can you guys hear me?
Yeah.
He was DJ. He was DJ Maestro. That was what he was. He was a DJ, local DJ in Detroit. So shout out to him, and shout out to my man Chaos. I want Mr. Bennett to finish what he was saying. That I can come right behind.
Okay, appreciate that, JT. Now I don't know where I got cut off at, but the idea there's always been different types of men throughout history, from your warrior class to your artisans or what have you. So I think we get in trouble when we try to pigeonhole or have a certain archetype of what a man or what an alpha is. I certainly agree with that. I guess the part that got me early on when he was talking about the crayon example is he's talking about how the men can't relate to the woman because we only have only a few colors. But the thing is, though, women have those same colors. If I have an 8 crayon box or a 64 crayon box and you got the big 128, that means you have my colors and some more that you can certainly use for other things. So the question is, why can't then you, since those same colors are in your box, why can't you then talk to me and communicate on the level that I may need, because I may realize I may have some limitations there. So if I got black, gray, blue, and green, that's in your crayon box. You could talk to me that way if you wanted to, but you just want me to talk in purple. Well, look, I don't have it, but you have it. So why is it that you're forcing me then to have to be the one to talk in a color that I may or may not have? And I think, again, different men may have, like say, if you're an artisan, Yeah, you may have a few more colors in your box than someone who's just like a blue collar guy who just thinks in fairly basic terms, but you have it. So why is it on us then to have to force that communication? I think both, I think women have a role to play in looking to connect and to relate. In fact, that's, I think, women's main thing is your ability to connect and communicate and to nurture. So you can certainly help in that process if you wanted to. But the other thing I was thinking about was, I know we talk about, again, this idea of, should men be more emotional? Should we be willing to express ourselves? But then we also heard this idea of stoicism, that we should be a lot more controlled in terms of how we go about things. So I think that's also an internal conversation that I think we're still having. But again, this image of what a man or what masculinity is, I still think it's an open question. I don't think anybody has a
solid,
yeah. I mean, no one has the
definition. Yeah,
correct. So I think we're still arguing that. But as far as relationship to a man and a woman, I think a woman needs to be able to relate to me on a certain level. Like sometimes I got to tell my wife and daughter sometimes, make it plain. You're trying to using 200 words when you could have said it in 5.
Yeah.
And so sometimes, and if I got told, even my daughter who's dating, like I said, who's got the man, sometimes I've had to pull her and say, look, I got to give you some man code right here. I get what you're trying to say because I know you, but you can say this a whole lot simpler.
They make
and
simple
she's
stuff
listened to some of that, and she's like, "Oh yeah, it worked." It's like, yeah, but you trying to be so flowery and in all that language, just give it to them straight.
Yeah,
I think they're used to talking to each other, and when they talk to each other, they're not necessarily direct. So they kind of try that with men, and I say we used to be used to being talked to direct, and I think they think that it might come across. I'm gonna be honest with you. They might be confused these days because a lot of these niggas can't get talked to direct. I'm gonna just keep it solid with you. Like, and I'm talking about. I've had this conversation with my best friend. Somebody say something to him, and he reacts like a woman. He. I don't like the tone. Why'd you have to say it to me in front of these? And I go, dog, is what they said right? Yeah, but no, ain't no but after that. It's what they said right. Yeah, then shut the fuck up. Like all that extra stuff ain't needed. But so I think, to be honest with you, a lot of them might be confused because they dealing with a lot of these guys who can't take what talking to a guy. I don't know if I want to use the word should be, but what it used to be, I guess I would say.
I would be JC. I know you're about to go. I would agree with you if they didn't talk to their friends like that. Like, I would agree with you if they didn't talk to their friends like that. When you say well, they're probably confused on how to talk to a man because a lot of them don't get talked to straight. I would listen. I know women who know that they homegirls are fucked up, but they will go around it. They know that their homegirl did something wrong. That hey, should come to her. Oh yeah, and what she wants to do is keep the friendship. And like Mr. Bennett said, like they always say, right? One of the main things they say, right, is, "Oh, I'm a good communicator. Communication is so important. Communicate." But soon as you have a conversation, soon as you be direct with them, they get flustered. And the same thing when they have a best friend, they want to keep that relationship. So what they do, girl, it's not really that bad. They're gonna talk around it regardless because they care more about keeping that friendship than being honest with her. And I've seen it plenty, many of times. And so yeah, I would definitely agree with you if I didn't see that more often than not. You know what I'm saying?
No, what you're saying is exactly what I'm saying. Like, men don't talk to each other like that. I have to say used to, because like I'm direct with my friends. Hey, dog, woo woo woo. But like you just said, so essentially, I think you took what I said the wrong way. Like, that's essentially what I was saying is when they talk to each other, they talk to each other a certain way, like you said, to keep the relationship. And I think that's kind of how they try to talk to us, but we're like, and then we're sitting there in our head scramble like, what the fuck is she trying to say? Because she's dancing around everything when you could have just said, hey, this. Okay, got you, boom. You get what I'm saying? So that's what I'm saying.
Yeah. So what he was saying about the whole thing about the colors and everything like that, I think it was just from a different standpoint that he had, because I don't, initially, unless I had the conversation, that's the dopest thing, that I would rather have the conversation with him, right? So we can unpeel it, or peel it back. But initially, yeah, I don't agree with that. One of the reasons why is because everything after the 8 colors, it's just a combination of other colors, right? So in the conversation that we have with women, it's basically we're basic, right? We just need basic communication. And what we end up having is this communication with them where they go all around, they beat around the bush. They're never solid. It's always some, maybe, it depends. And so once you have men that's communicating with these women, we're like, no, I need something that's solid that you have. So one of the things that I probably can agree with him on is this: the way that we communicate with them, it still needs to be a practice to it, right? It takes a practice to it, because we can be so forthcoming where it's just like, it's so raw where they're not ready for what we have. I was just talking to my lady, and we were talking about some things, and I was just like, nah, it's like this. And I was like, and it don't go, you're not veering from that. But she was like, but you need to understand. And I'm saying, but I'm saying it because I do understand, right? But the way my disposition was, it was just straight, and it was just, you know what I'm saying? It was kind of like there's no movement to it. There's no give to it, right? Normally, now this is the thing though. She knows how to talk to me, right? She sees that there's no give. So she'll say, I'll come back to it later. She'll smile it off, laugh it off, or whatever. And then, she has a way on how she deals with me. So she took out the other colors in the box. She didn't just take out you know what I'm saying? She didn't just try to use the same color.
Using pastels.
Yeah. So it was kind of like, and then she just, it basically just got to the point where she just, I guess, feminized her way to a point where it was like, okay, I don't want to raise his, raise this conversation up any further than where it needs to go, because it doesn't make any sense. But that took years to do that.
She learned you.
Yeah. It's kind of like that, right? Because what she does know about me is that I'm gentle as shit when it comes down to it, especially when it comes down to her. If anybody can talk me into doing something, it's her. Her and my kids, my grandbaby. But she figured out how to do it. That's kind of probably how I get to the point where I was like, nah, I don't really agree with what he's saying initially. Because I've heard this man in many conversations, and he makes a lot of sense. But sometimes you have to peel the onion back further and further, or you may have to have the conversation so we can get to a consensus, right? I might end up not agreeing at all with what it was that he was saying. But with us and women communicating, I think that we make it, and I'm talking about women and men, make it more complicated than what it has to be. I think that sometimes with us as men, we can be so hard charging where we just see, somebody can get you roused up to a point where you just, nope, I just see my point. And now you're being defensive towards what it is that you stand on.
Yeah.
And women that actually understand, especially if they've been in conversations with men, they understand I can't win. See, we as men, the only reason why we say we can't win the conversation with women because they take it to a level where I'm like, I look stupid as hell if I go to the level that she just went to, right?
Yeah, I'm not going to go there.
I'm not even right. So that we be like, nah, you can't win because you've heard this before. You will never win an argument with a woman. You heard men say that. In all actuality, that's not true. We've been on these panels, dog. How many times you done seen somebody done, you know what I'm saying?
Yeah.
Just get to the point where you have to understand when you are supposed to strike, when you're not supposed to strike. Because with women, we already understand that when we go too goddamn far, guess what happened? We end up looking just as worse. It's like, you know, she had enough of a beating. You know what I'm saying? Leave her alone.
But
some men don't. They're gonna kick her, they're gonna stump her, and next thing you know, the name calling comes. You know,
I think it's a difference between the debate and the argument. Like on the panels, it's more of a debate. In relationships, it can turn into an argument if you don't take control. Like I had a homeboy, and him and his lady was getting into it, and like the nigga was acting like a chick. He had to have the last. I'm like, shut up.
Yeah, we don't
Again,
have to
and
have
so back to the father figure thing. When my mom and dad got into it, when he said it was over, it was over. I don't give a fuck what the fuck my mom had to say after that. It wasn't no response coming. Whereas, like I said, you got guys now that's they gonna keep coming back. They gotta have the last words. If she go to name calling, I'm going to name calling. My dad wasn't going on damn name calling. My mom started like, So that's why I said shit is starting to get tweaked these days. You know, and not to say it in a negative way, but a lot of these guys are getting raised by their moms, and their moms are teaching them in the way that they know as a woman. And so you're starting to see those traits come out in these relationships. And so a lot of these women are trying to wonder. So when they come across, say, somebody like me who was raised by their dad, it's almost foreign these days because you're used to dealing with dudes that was raised by their mom. So you're used to a dude that's gonna keep coming back. I'm not finna argue with you for 25 minutes, dog.
Great
That's
point.
out.
Well,
You get what I'm saying?
it's time to pass the Ducci on the left hand side.
Go ahead, man. Yes, sir.
No, I'm real quick, man. I believe in the theory. Maybe shout out to Crimson Cure that men bring chaos. I mean, men bring order to women's chaos. So if I go back to the crayon box, if I have 8 crayons, I'm looking at those crayons as primary colors. Whenever I had those 64 crayons, they were all over the goddamn place, you know, and a lot of them are blended. So when you talk to your woman, she's the 64 box because she's chaotic and feeling in her feelings, right? So you're more stoic, right? You'll have to bring the order to the argument or the conversation. That's why you don't need more than 8 crayons. Sometimes you might have to blend 1 or 2 to reach her, right? But you go from what you think, and she's talking to you based on how she feels, right? So, and that's just really true. So, but you can still learn something by putting order to the situation, just like with me and my wife. I had to. It took me some time, but I realized when we had anything dispute, if I cursed or if I used foul language, it was really over in her head. You know what I'm saying? I mean, no, even if I was right, she couldn't get past the fact that I was dropping a couple of F-bombs here and there and shit. You know what I'm saying? So I had to stop doing that. She didn't ask me to stop doing it. I just realized if I wanted to reach her, I had to blend a couple of those colors. Right. So I understand. So I think that's how you have to understand the nature of the ladies. And that's how I kind of worked it out, you know, with her. So I know how to talk to her now. That's a short way of saying I understand how to talk to her, and she knows how to talk to me because she's a little bit more seasoned than I am. But my wife talks based on a lot of how she feels. You know, and I, of course, men, we have feelings too, but it's really how I think and I want to process stuff.
It's only 8 colors.
Right. So and the other thing is, so those are the 2 main things. So the order to the chaos thing, I think, is one of the things that makes us real different from ladies. Now, I had the benefit of being raised with men and around my father and stuff like that. So it's not like I can't get emotional. It is, but I know when I'm there. You know what I'm saying? And I try to reel it back in. The other thing he said about men doing everything to please women. I think men really, I would say, yeah, that's true for some guys, but I think a lot of men achieve because they want the admiration of women, right? I mean, you know, a lot of guys, they don't do it for the women, but they know the higher they go, the women will follow. If your life is together and you're halfway decent, women are attracted to that. There's no doubt about that shit. It's just true.
Mhm.
You know, so I think a lot of guys do that. What did I put down here? So men like to attract women. The way you could attract women is by your achievements. You know, now you don't achieve just attract women because you want to achieve, but there's a penny that goes along with it, man. High-powered lawyers, high-powered CEOs, high-powered football players. You know, if you high-powered gang members. If you're the leader of the gang, the women are attracted to you. It doesn't always have to be positive. You're the leader of the frat. Man, I was the president. I was the boss list of my fraternity up in Buffalo. Women used to come up to me and just talk to me.
Mhm.
You know, touching me and shit, man. Holding to, oh, you're in charge. I said, yeah, baby, I'm in charge.
You said baby. You said baby.
Yeah, darling.
Telly Savalas over there. Who loves you, baby?
Boy, you
I
you feel me?
I think what the guy was saying, and you know, he didn't sound like, you know, he was maybe on the hairy edge of sounding like he was pandering, but I didn't get that from him.
No, I didn't feel that
Not
either.
in that clip. Not in that clip. But
I didn't feel that either.
I ended there.
Hey, watch out for them cues, man.
I would say this, Arpain. My advice usually to guys when they talking to women, when you was talking about how like you take out the F words, don't give them anything that they can distract away from the conversation. That's all I call that. So if I know if I say it this way, she's gonna focus on the fact I used the cuss word, let me take the cuss word out. Or if I can say it this way, where it distract her from trying to focus, because that's what they tend to do, especially when they getting held accountable, is let me find a way. Oh, you talk too loud. Oh, you use this word. So, like you said, that's what I come to. Like, let me subtract anything that. So now you got to take this suit.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah,
let me.
Everybody.
Go ahead.
Let me ask you.
Listen.
Yeah, go ahead, Coach.
Hold on. What he said at the end. Listen, RGB, red, green, blue. You know, I think most guys, you know, they don't know what colors they are. A lot of guys young don't know what color they are.
Oh, yeah.
They might start, you know, but and that could be, and to me, that's a problem because they're not getting the information from other men who are moving in that way. If young brothers could get this information from men who are moving that way, it would change the needle dramatically. Believe me when I tell you this. And now, just to the point of the women's chaos, everything y'all said, I totally agree, man. The balance. But the women don't have a balance because, again, the men in their homes are pretty much beneath them. They always been in charge of those men. And now they want to date those men and say, now you be in charge, but they coming with all their colors and dismissing the primary colors of what a man could be. You know, so I think this where it's sort of gray. And right now, innately, I believe I'm speaking the truth. Innately, it's a gene within us that by default, we can't even control it. When we come out of the womb, guess who we want? We want the sisters first. That is in our divine gene that this is what we want. But after a while of getting told that you're not nothing and all of this and you're weak and then I can understand why brothers are like, man, I need to try something else. But right now, just continue to stay focused. And then go pick the color out of their crayon that you want or take the color out that you don't want. You have the pick. So.
Yeah, man. Y'all all said some very good stuff. I think from what I took from R Pain, man, and Tommy B, what was something that I thought about when I first heard it too, was just the fact of I didn't really know how to word it as far as like pulling the crayons out the box and all that type of shit. But as far as when our pain will would cuss it is or would drop a not cuss at her, but just drop a F-bomb here, or cuss here, cuss word there. You know what I'm saying? It would be the same when Tommy said you start raising your voice. You get passionate about shit when you're in the heated discussion.
Mhm.
You don't even gotta be yelling directly. Yo, I'm not yelling. I'm not yelling at you, short. Like right now, we having a conversation. You're making your point. I'm letting you know I understand your point. I'm trying to get you to understand my point, and we just on two different playing fields. We're on two different levels right now, but you want me to understand something that I already understand, but you're not understanding. The person who says that they're this great communicator, you know what I'm saying? And that's something that always used to be crazy in my last relationship. Like she would I'm sorry, like therapist, like you do all this talking all day, but you can't seem to understand nothing when we start having this conversation. You know what I'm saying? Like you do all this listening to everybody else, and you gotta break things down and understand and do all of this. But dogs, soon as we start having a conversation, you start not knowing what nothing mean, and now you don't know what this word mean, and you don't know the context of that. Like, how do you get through to your patients? Like that's I used to, you know what I'm saying? I used to have to ask her that sometimes. Like, how do you get through to your patients when your patients are coming to you telling you something that you might not understand? You know what I'm saying? Or do you just act like you understand everything from them? Because at this time, this hour is theirs. You know what I'm saying? But because I'm not paying you in a sense that way, you can just sit there and just act like you don't understand shit. But it's cool, and you got to try to figure it out. So now we got the colors out, but now we coloring inside the lines and somebody's coloring outside the lines. You know what I'm saying? Like you know what I'm saying, JT? Like I'm trying to stay in the lines and shit. You know what I'm saying? By any means necessary. And you just like shit. I'm just gonna shade this picture in however the hell I want to.
Because I feel like it.
Because I feel like it. You said what? You now you and then you get to the point you like, yo, like shit. Now you cussing. Now you raising your voice. Like, all right, you know what, short? We'll just come back to this conversation later.
Yeah.
Hey, Mr. Bennett though. But then it go, but when it get to that point, then it's like, well, now you want to leave the conversation. Yes, like one of us has to be the person to say, "Yo, right now, let's put down the crayon." Somebody, yo,
put the crayon down. That's
hey JT, we can come back and color together later. You know what I'm saying? But but for real, that's real talk, man. Like, you know what I'm saying? Sometimes it is just taking a breath, man. You know what I'm saying? So sometimes.
It actually, one of the things I've learned was that conflict, it actually, it shows you who you are at that moment, at that time, right? That's what conflict does. It shows you your strengths, your weaknesses. And it shows you what you need to work on. The dopest thing in the world is to have conflict with the one that you love. Because what conflict does is that it's kind of like chess. Anybody that knows how to play chess, it strengthens the mind, right? Because, of course, we're having a tumultuous conversation right now. But how do we get to be objective, right? Being in a subjective situation. It's kind of like being the referee and the player at the same time. Shit's hard to do.
Mm.
That's a
well, it's almost like in sports. I mean, there is a compartmentalization, I think, when it comes to your profession versus when you're dealing with personal stuff. Like, you guys ever hear like Tony Romo, like when he's calling the game?
Mm-hmm.
I mean, he be calling the play out before it even breaks down. Up, I see too high. I see. I'm like, if you're that good covering the game, then why you throw so many interceptions when you're with the Cowboys?
Right.
All them damn fumbles and
All the
interceptions.
fun. I mean, it's like he's a genius when called the games. It's like, you know all this stuff, so why'd you do that at that moment?
Mm-hmm.
So I think there is a disconnect. I mean, and a lot of these relationship counselors, the guy who wrote Men from Mars or Women from Venus, dude's been married like 5 times.
Yeah.
So again, there is a disconnect between when your personal feelings get involved, all that academia, all that knowledge and research, it goes out the window. And it happens across in a lot of different arenas, but everybody sounds like an expert when they're from the upper level.
Yeah, when you in the box, what I'm saying, you could call it, but when you're in the game, all of that, talking all these different things of cliches, right?
Yeah.
All that goes out the door because you got to figure it out as you go. It's kind of like building a ship as you're flying it. You know what I'm saying?
Exactly. Yeah. But it's so easy to be the analyst in the chair.
Yeah.
And everybody thinks they could, they could run the NFL or whatever but when you're in the thick. But one thing I wanted to go back to, one point he made towards the end when he was talking about the whole idea of the alphas. And he had said that basically, using wolves as an example, there's only one sort of alpha pair, and it's the mating pair. And then he said that essentially the true alphas are the married ones. And I just want to kind of get your view on that, because I see a lot of the alphas are single, whether it be Fresh and Fit or whoever these guys are promoting this stuff. A lot of the married guys, they kind of just quiet, just going about their business. Just kind of running things. Or even the example Tommy made earlier, but he had a friend of his where the woman ran the relationship, but is she?
All right.
Or he's just winning. They've been married 40 years or whatever. I'm winning. So at the end of the day, does alpha mean that you have to yell or you have to have dominance or whatever? It's like, look, if she's doing all the stuff, it's like, I don't got to do nothing. Mm-hmm. So are you kind of winning in that kind of way? In that inch, I just want to kind of get from you guys what did you think about that? That if you want to be a true alpha, like, do you have the skill set and the will to actually live with a woman, to be in a marital relationship with a woman or a long-term relationship with a woman? Is that in and of itself a sort of mastery that a lot of guys who you may yell all that alpha stuff or whatever, but if you can't do that, then are you really that guy? So I'm just curious what you guys think about that.
Who want to go first?
I think for a lot of guys. I
can go first. I mean, real quick. I mean, listen. This is a good question, Mr. But I think I missed that, Paul. I mean, I should have wrote something down on that. I agree with what he says about the alpha pair. Now, I don't know whether he was trying to intimate that in the pair that there's no leader. Because I think the male wolf is still a leader of the pack, right? But the alpha pair, because I think the wolves mate with each other for life too, right?
Right. The alpha pair is the mating pair. In other words, the other wolves in the pack do not mate. It's only the mating pair. Those are considered the alphas.
All right. So they do that. So that's my thing. I agree with all that, but I think in the past, married people got more deference than they do now, right? I think now people when people who are married now talk, especially if they talk on these in this modern era of the not YouTube but just social media. If you look at their comments, depending on what they're saying, the only thing people really want to hear is the horror stories they want to say, because people want to have confirmation that marriage is all effed up. So if you tell them anything and say, listen, man, we have a pretty good marriage, the first thing they want to do is not believe you.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I'm saying? That's the very first. That's why sometimes, and maybe not with you guys, but when I'm on some panels, I'm really, really slow to say that, shit, man, my marriage ain't bad. I have a good, we have just like normal human interactions, that everything, but our arguments are not knocked down, drag out kind of thing if we get into an argument, right? I can't remember the last time I got into a real argument with my wife. The biggest one I had with her was really, to tell you the truth, was when she wanted to put TV in my girls' rooms. I said, I don't want them to have a TV. Because then it will be all disjointed from each other. They'll be in their room with the doors closed, and we're not going to know what they're doing, all that kind of stuff. So, I mean, I don't know. But I agree with that. I agree that when people want to get married, then they'll tend to be observing you a little bit more. That's another thing I learned from being up here on YouTube. I'm not going to tell people how to date, but I think I could tell people how to be married.
Facts. I was just gonna say that I don't think a lot of guys, when it comes to being single, and you know what, a lot of people would consider the single alpha, the lone wolf, right? I don't think a lot of them would. A lot of people who just I don't even understand the whole. I'm just gonna identify myself as that. You know what I'm saying? I think that just makes me look at you a whole nother way when you start coming. Yeah, I've been the alpha dog. Like, okay, bro.
And you're not with anybody.
Right.
It's like, what do you got going on? I mean,
Like-
it's and I hear that. It's like I'm standing on my square. And I ain't getting off it for nobody, and I ain't gonna do this and I ain't gonna do that. All right, die alone then. I mean, I don't know what the ultimate aim is of you going on there, beating your chest or what have you. I mean, is it? I guess if it's working for you, then great. But like I said, real bad boys move in silence, and a lot of guys, it's like if you got your stuff together, I don't have to go beat my chest saying I got this this going on. So the more I think about it, it's like I can kind of see what he was saying there.
And even when Kevin Samuels was alive, like the one thing that when he spoke about it, he said that other people, like your peers, you know what I'm saying, would say like, yo, like, I want to learn from this person. I like that guy, or you know what I'm saying, or whatever the case may be. It wasn't just walk in the room and then I identify myself as this. You know what I'm saying? But when people do that, like you did bring up the fresh and fit, like, yeah, like, and I think that's the reason why people wanted to prove that neither one of y'all are what y'all say y'all are. You know what I'm saying? You like, and that's the reason why every time something go down, people like the whole YouTube community jump, right? Because they want to show you, bro, like, you are not who you think you are. You're not who you say you are, and it just is what it is. And then what's the other one's name? He had to just pretty much just be like, damn, you know what? Okay, I'm not. It's just me. You know what I'm saying? But yeah, man, it's I don't know, the whole. I think when it came on YouTube and it took off, I think that people just started running with it. Women are like, oh, alpha, he's an alpha. He said he an alpha. I want an alpha man. And
the crazy thing was they started calling themselves alphas also.
Yeah, that's what I was
alpha
about to
female.
say.
But again, they said those are if they're the mating pairs, you an alpha woman, but
you're not married.
What do you got going on?
You're not married. You're not getting courted. Nothing. But this is alpha woman. I was about to say it, and it all got convoluted because women start calling themselves that. That's all I was just about to say, Mr. Yeah, man.
Champ, you said
Coach,
something.
What you got on? Yeah.
Champ said so. He used the word that's very unique, and I've used that in groups with young men. Early in your adult life, you have to learn to be the lone wolf. You have to be. Because you see a lot of people, especially YouTube, look for validation. They say stuff out loud so I can get validation. And if y'all logical, like, man, come on, man, you ain't that. Oh man, how you gonna get saying? See, and that's where brothers get messed up at, because they're looking for validation from women and men. When you should be out exploring and doing things, and when you show up, that's your validation. I learned early, you know what I'm saying? I've done a lot of great things in my life, man, and I didn't need to come home to my friends and tell them all the stuff I was doing. I very seldom took pictures of stuff I was doing. You know, and I believe me, if I wrote a book, it'd probably be 400 pages, maybe, and that's an edited version. But I never used it as a space where, yeah, I'm this and I'm that, because I didn't just compare myself to Black people. I wanted to do things for what the world was doing. I like working with my hands. I used to, you know, climb trees. I'm gonna fix the car, the roof, I'm gonna do everything that I'm supposed to do as a man. And I enjoyed that. I've always enjoyed that, you know. I saw it in my father. He didn't give me that information, but I saw it in him. My mother, I saw it in her. She would work at General Electric and come home and make a 3-course meal. And then when we all became old enough, she cooked 2 days a week. And everybody else had to cook. And I appreciate that, just that learning. But, you know, if brothers can learn how to be the lone wolf, I think it'll benefit them. I don't know what to say about the women because I'm not a woman, but I think most men could give a young woman a good advice, like the 2 fathers here. These fathers have daughters, and I guarantee their daughters ain't out here champion what they hearing out in these streets. And I think that's where the chaos is balanced, like our Payne say. That's where the father can balance that, even with the boys too. But you've seen that fathers get a bad deal. A lot of this could change going forward. If some of these laws would change just by default, you know, if you're going to decide to have a baby because it's your body, your choice, then once he impregnates you, by default, y'all should be co-parents. The baby go with you, sometimes baby go with him. Because at some point, I see it a lot in single homes. At some point, that parent doesn't like that child. And it shows in their confidence. It shows they overweight. They have more stress. They see more traumatic situations. And I think that's when the other parent could benefit. But, you know, maybe I'm wishful thinking. You just have to work in this field to try to get a better picture. But I've seen it because those guys that I used to start working with, now they 35 and 40 years old.
Yeah. Well, Coach, one thing you just said was about, you know, being the lone wolf. I think that's even in the wolf pack. There's going to come a point in time you're going to have to break off. You know what I'm saying? And you form your own pack.
Yes, and that's in every pack of animals like that.
Yeah, exactly. So, right. So going back to that video we saw earlier with the brother who was emotional that his woman wasn't giving him, how much time did he spend as a lone wolf? Or building or developing his skill so that he could be complete in and of himself. And then it's like, okay, well, I'm going to get with a woman and, you know, we're going to become a mating pair. Now, again, I don't think it should take you till 30, 35 years old to do that. But I think that certainly, you know, that time of you building yourself, having that time for your own personal development. I think, and I don't think that stops once you get married. I'm always trying to learn something or to be a better version of myself. The nice thing about the married part, I don't have that aspect of dating and trying to seek companionship in order to do that. That part is kind of secured down, so I can even spend more time in that personal development. But for some people, it's like you never spend that time to find out who you are. You know, you don't, again, that's why, again, developing your mental health, your spiritual health. Who are you at the end of the day? Who are you when you're alone? Can you even be alone for long periods of time?
So, brother,
without the need for companionship? Not to say you don't want it and that, you know, we're human beings, you know, but again, to put yourself in that space where you have to be alone, even in your own house. Like there's sometimes my family, they get on me sometimes because sometimes I'll be having the headphones in or the earplugs in, and they're trying to communicate with something. I'm like, I'm busy, but I'm learning something. I'm watching something. I'm watching a debate. I'm learning something from YouTube, how to something. I'm always got something going on. They could be watching whatever on TV, some, you know, some drama stuff or whatever. And I'm like, I'm always into something. I'm watching something science related. I want to know how the world works. I mean, I'm just constantly evolving like that. So I give myself a lot of alone time. And sometimes they be like, well, Dad, you're kind of distant a little bit. I'm not being distant. I'm just, you guys into something and I'm in this space right here. But if you need me, then yeah, I'll pull out. And like I was saying last week, I mean, one thing that I do, certainly one of my daughters kind of called me to the car and be like, all right, we're going out once a month, me and you. And we're going to have this time where I put the phone down or whatever. You have my total undivided attention. And I'm going to be what you need me to be in that period of time. And I put all my daughters on. My going out. My next one, Super Bowl Sunday, be going out, and we're going to hash it out. And whatever she needs from me in that time, boom, she's got it. So I have to be more intentional in, my wife. That's pretty easy. Like we plan this stuff together all the time. And I always had in my mind, I thought my girls were like to a point where, okay, they're independent. They got all this stuff going on. Maybe they don't need me as much. But they've made it known very plainly. They still need me in their lives and to be there to have those tough conversations with and just to break bread with. So, but that personal development still has to go on all the time. And I don't think too many of us, if we're constantly looking for validation from other people, you never really figure out who you are, what you can be, or what you can learn if you don't put yourself in that space.
It's a lot about how you feel, right? That's why I don't hear too many guys on this panel talk about what they feel. I hear about what it is that that we've probably came to a consensus of, or something that we wasn't 100% on. We kind of try to mine it out with one another. You know what I'm saying? So it does come from the point of, being by yourself a lot. Thinking, reading, looking at a lot of things that can develop you into a bigger thinker, so it make you a better person. I don't think a lot of people have that. I think it's just, I think it comes with age, right? Sometimes I think it does, because even when I think about myself, I say, dang, the 20-year-old me, it's absolutely, it's almost the total opposite of what I am now. I'm fine with being by myself, right? But that's not just the end to all. It's just that I'm just comfortable with doing that, right? Because it's just a point where being around other people, yeah. I mean, I've always been around a lot of people, but I've always been, what's the word that they use? Introvert?
Introvert, yeah.
Sometimes I do look at it like, maybe that is me, right? I never looked too much into that introvert and extrovert and all that stuff, and Libra and Leo.
Well, let me ask you, when you are around people, because I know because again, you've lived a fairly public life. You were a DJ, or you still DJ at certain things. Are you present? So that's the thing I have to work on. I think in a lot of ways I'm introverted as well, but are you present when you're around people, or are you kind of like in your own little space there?
I'm more into my own little space, right? Mm-hmm. That's probably what I never thought that I had to struggle with that, but yeah, I'm one of those. I'm very more comfortable being in my own space. It's like being out there in the world and stuff like that. It just seemed like I done did it enough where, and even when I was, in those spaces where it was just, I'm surrounded by a lot of people and things like that, there was always a time that I took to be just with myself. Mm-hmm. I don't know if that's a problem. I don't know. I think if it's just.
Yeah, but I'm saying, when you're around people,
mm-hmm.
Are you present?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
No doubt.
Okay.
No doubt.
Because like I said, that's some, again, what my family was kind of telling me, like we could be in a room, we could be at dinner, we can be somewhere. I'm not always present. It's not like I'm ignoring them or I got any issues with them or whatever, but sometimes I could be in my own world processing my own thoughts. Like perfect example, we be in a car and music, radio stations on, they listen to the song, everybody's singing. Whoever it is, Bruno or whoever it is. I'm thinking about the lyrics of the song, and I'll be just introduced. You know what he said really didn't make any sense. Like I just mess up the whole vibe in the car. It's like, Dad, we're just singing songs here. But I'm like, did you hear what he just said? I think the last time it happened, I think TLC was on, and baby, 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 I got so much love in me and whatnot. And I'm like, I'm breaking this down. It's like that's a pretty jacked up song, man. I mean, what she's like when you take the music and all that out, like the lyrics, what's being said. I'm like, I can have anybody I want to, but I think I'd rather be with. Then go, then leave.
Right. I don't need you, but I want you. Yeah.
I'm like, leave. And I'm like, I just wrecked the whole vibe. So like a lot of times we're together, but I'm not necessarily present. I'm not singing along with everybody. I'm kind of in my own world, how I'm processing stuff. And so that's one thing I'm trying to be a little bit better at, to be more engage, more present, even if the conversation or the banter isn't necessarily the most intellectual per se.
Yeah.
But I'm trying to do better at that. But I can wreck a whole thing, especially when it comes to the music lyrics and
right.
I can mess some things up.
I don't think that I'm that bad, but it does get to a point. Now, if I'm out and I'm with the people, I'll go right back. Like I said, I've always been, present in the moment and things like that. I'm a lot less now that I'm older. I'm a lot more reserved than what I used to be. Like, the younger me on the dance floor, the younger me is I'm you know what I'm saying? I'm involved in each and everything. The older me is a little more reserved. So I get what you're saying. Yeah. And it does get to a point where
even when it came to the dancing, like I'm on the dance floor, I'm dancing, but I'm working on my dance. I'm not partying with everybody. I'm like, I got to get this dance. How do you do that? How do you do that crossover? And I'm like, I'm in my own. It's like there's nobody on the dance floor, even though there's a bunch of people on the dance floor.
Right.
But Brother Benny, here's you unique because you say that you come of age just in the last 20 years or so, 20-year range. So that's a unique situation.
But I didn't recognize that. I think the thing that's different now is I think there's certain aspects of how it was when I was younger, which I didn't necessarily appreciate. But now with time, now I do. Attributes that I thought that other people didn't necessarily value.
Right.
When I turned 40, now I do.
Right.
And understand that those things in the long run, if you playing the long game, those are good attributes to have. Whereas when I was younger, people didn't value that, and I didn't think it was valuable. I might have thought I was too soft, or I was this or that. But that intellectual part of me, that introspective part of me, has served me better in recent times.
So I asked you a question. What would you tell a 22-year-old Mr. Bennett?
Honestly,
to going forward in his future,
your time will come.
That's it. No.
Yeah. Like I wouldn't, like I said, I remember in my teens, I wasn't popular in high school. I was a nerd. I was a blurred. I was skinny. I was JJ Walker skinny. I was mad skinny.
But Brother Benny, hold on. You say with your daughters, you would want a young man to be intentional, right? To have a purpose. So what would you tell that young man as far as being intentional? You're telling your son how to be intentional. Just could you give a few examples of what?
Well, I think I was always intentional. That piece, I wouldn't change a thing on. Like I knew what I wanted to do. I wanted to get into science and technology. I knew I wanted to go to college. I knew I had very defined goals as far as what I wanted to do. Now, again, it didn't necessarily make sense to everybody. Oh, well, he's nerdy. But I had a plan. I like I said, that was so. Again, I'm even if I was to tell a young man to come now, I'm like, I'm still. What is your plan? If when I talked when I was a teenager, the times that I did date, which wasn't often, but when I did date, I remember one time I was with a girl I was seeing, and the dad was giving me a ride home. It was like an hour ride from Philly to New Brunswick. He's in the car, we're talking, and he's just talking to me. He's like, has a conversation, and I'm telling him, so, okay, so what do you plan to study, and what are you trying to do? And I was telling him, like, we had a conversation. I wasn't intimidated by the conversation I was having, but I just thought this is where I'm going.
Coach Ferg, you know damn well he was intentional. This man had a list.
No, but see, he's talking about him.
A list of what he wanted in a woman.
Yes.
So,
see,
we knew he was
he
intentional.
gives a great example of himself. I'm just saying, if he has 3 young men that he's mentoring, I'm just asking.
Well, again, I would say the same things. I would tell them, okay, what do you want out of life? Like what 5-10 years from now, what do you want your life to be like? Start working for those things. Stop thinking about what other people think about you. Again, this is what I would tell, my younger self, if I was at that age. Take me back to 18, 20 years old. Don't deviate, especially if you do have plans and ambitions. Don't deviate from that, from the standpoint of pleasing other people.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
That again, you being, as long as you have that confidence or in yourself, again, people will value that over time. So I wasn't popular with the girls, but again, when I got older, again, the girls who I thought was all that back in high school or college or whatever, and by the chance I may run into them now, I'm like, thank goodness.
Yeah.
I wasn't, swayed by that. You know what I mean? So again, so I would say stay the course. There's some guys who get it early. There's some guys who get it later. And I was one of those guys. I was a later guy. Like I said, since I got married, going through my 30s, going through my 40s, it's gotten better. I'm making more money than I ever had. My daughters are in good position. My marriage, again, next month will be 20. I'll be 28 years.
Yeah,
it's gotten better over time. So so if I meet a young man like that, I said, stay the course, and your time will come. Don't get so you get so caught up into a girl or whatever that throws you off. There's nothing wrong with the girl. If you get the girl early, great. But don't let that girl throw you off of all the things that you are aspiring for. Don't let her take you from that. Yeah. She should be somebody who values that. If I tell them about, again, girls, do they value their time, your time?
Mm-hmm.
If she's late all the time, or if she's always breaking plans or stuff like that, if she doesn't value your time, then you don't need to be with her. I would tell my 18, 19, 20-year-old self, or I would tell a young man, does she value you? Especially at that age when you don't have anything. Again, does she see your potential? Does she see, look, this is a good, I need to hitch on to this because this in the future, it could be going somewhere. Well, you got 45, 50-year-old, 55-year-old women now who are still out and they just got nothing going on. They live in Section 8.
Mm-hmm.
But back in the day, I mean, the bodies was the bodies, and they were the ones everybody wanted, and they were just like the ones, and and I was like, man, I was just fawning over them. But they're not there now.
Yeah.
So again, that's the thing. I wouldn't have been so hard on myself. I would just tell myself, just be patient. It'll work out in time. You just keep doing the right things, and keep your personal development, and things will happen in due time. That's what I would tell myself. Absolutely.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Coach Ferg, what would you tell yourself? 18, 22.
I'm glad Brother Bennett explained it. You know what I'm saying? Because I understood that. Because my father was telling me certain things, and my mother was telling me certain things, about the women. And I had 5 sisters in the house, younger and older. So I understood the personalities early, how they could change. I'm avoiding 6 cycles a month. You feel what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? I was avoiding it at an early age, and my father was sort of a realist. He spoke to me in real terminology. I've never had to go through life with relationships with women and curse women. Never. I've never, I might have said the B word, you know what I'm saying? But calling women that, I've never had to do that. I didn't have to, like the video, I didn't have to be in a situation like that, just spilling out why she ain't valuing me. Because I understood the value of myself from my parents. And come on, we all been around being young, and I appreciate my generation because we would tell jokes on each other from an early age. We all been told we was ugly from the time we were 6 years old by somebody 6 years old. So when it came to looks, I love looks. By default, I wanted a black girlfriend. I wanted the light-skinned girlfriend. I wanted the dark-skinned girlfriend, but I wanted her to like me.
Yeah.
I love sports. I broke up with a girl one time because I just wanted to play basketball. She cried out of school. I came out there and said, like, what you crying for after school? You're supposed to be at home. I'm in the 8th grade. People coming in there and, man, she outside crying. What you talking about? What you doing, girl? Go home. Stop crying over me. I was young, 8th grade. And then I got in high school. Me and my girlfriend, I thought I was in love.
Did you give it, Coach? Did you give it? Did you give it a? It's not you. It's me.
No, I just remember that. We went together for like 6 days. I wasn't that sensitive to the issue.
That's a long-term relationship in 8th grade. Now that's 6 days. That's long-term.
Yeah, I probably kissed her once or twice. You know what I'm saying? But even in high school, I was in that, my girlfriend, we was doing too much. Thank God I didn't have no babies out of high school. A lot of my friends did, but not me. And, I understood the heartbreak of it, teenage love. So as a grown man, 20s, I've never experienced that. I never put that type of feeling into a woman that I had to sort of chase. If she didn't come to the park and watch me play basketball, she wasn't for me. If she wasn't going to go to the park and we can walk, go to the little river, little lake and just hang out and skip rocks across it, she wasn't for me. I've always been into, sports and being athletic. I'm run and, I wasn't sitting around arguing to women about just because she wanted it. If she's wearing all that stuff when I see her, she can have it. I don't want to be no part of it. I ain't gonna talk you away from it. You know what I'm saying? But I like the women that like me, but also we can like some things together, but like things apart too. And I like a young lady that could take a joke. I thank God all the time. My wife she told me some stuff yesterday, so I just looked at her like, I got scared, like 12 years in, telling me how much she loved and appreciate this shit. But we can go out and we can joke on each other. We laugh at each other. We went to Atlanta to a wedding and we sitting at the table just laughing. And one of the female next to me was like, I wish I had a relationship like that. I'm like, look at her, like, what you mean? We just talking, joking. But I've always been into those type of relationships. You know what I'm saying? I've always been. She got pretty feet and she can say some jokes. And, I'm hooked. You know what I'm saying? But I just didn't get it. I didn't use my feelings when I came outside of her. I didn't put my feelings into it. I didn't. I would get excited because I like to do a lot of stuff. But when it comes to women, and if they call me, get your little ugly, light-skinned self. I had hair back in the day. Okay, I wasn't going to be all, you old bee. No, okay. I just, you ugly too. Walk away. You know what I'm saying? As a kid. But as an adult, if a woman gave me pushback and they want to dance with me, then I ain't circle back over to her like, come on, you won't know. I don't know, man. I understood. Everybody don't like light skin. I understand that.
So, Mr. Bennett, you did say something before I left. and you were asking a question, and I'm sorry, I had to leave for a minute. Can you go back to what was the question that you had?
No, but what I was saying back to the video, he was referring to the term, everyone likes to use that term like alpha male or what have you. And he used the example from nature that, in wolf packs, the alphas are the mating pair.
Mm-hmm.
So the idea of being a lone alpha really doesn't make sense in that world. So really the alphas, the married men, are essentially the alphas. And I was just looking at it from the standpoint of, for all those guys who are proclaiming that, especially if you're single, are you capable? Do you have the skill set to be to live with a woman, to be married, and to have a stable relationship with a woman? Like in terms of you measuring that, so I felt value in what he was saying, because again, the guys who are typically married, now again, I know there's a lot of guys who would say, marriage isn't for today anymore or whatever, but for a lot of these guys who are like really succeeding, if you look at successful people, a lot of them are married. Mm-hmm. And so, I was just asking guys what they thought of that the statement that he was making, that, the lone wolf type of alpha really doesn't win at the end of the day. Eventually he just gets killed off.
Mm-hmm.
So I was just asking guys, what you thought of that part of the video when he was talking about the alpha. It's an alpha. It's not an alpha male. It's an alpha pair.
Mm-hmm.
And so the ability to pair with someone and live at peace with someone for the long term, is that what we need to start looking at as the measure of success, or what it means to be, at that level? Because you got a lot of guys who've created content talking about, well, we alpha males and this is what you do as a man, whatnot, but there's nothing there. And now you got the women saying it. I'm an alpha female. But what do you got going on to show for that, for all that bragging that you're doing?
Well, you know what, Mr. Bennett, you're right, though. But get back to the point. I think we don't have enough people who are willing to argue that when you have the social media dominated by single people and telling everybody how great it is, I think that's the bigger lie than the couples who have family and, children, weddings, good relationships. I think those people are more at peace than those. Because no matter who you are, I think even if you're a real jet setter, there's times when you have to genuinely be lonely. Your friends ain't always going to be answering the phone. There's going to be times when you're going to call people and nobody's going to be available. It's going to just be you. They had a guy used to be a podcaster. What's his name? Something Lies. I forgot his name. Remember the brother? He used the cool brother. Not True Lies.
Oh, he had that real debonair voice. He had. Yeah. I forget his name.
He had a story about a woman that he knew, and when he was younger, they were really close. And he had a Christmas card, but he really played it up because he had his whole podcast. And at the end, he showed a picture of her with her dog, 50 years old, by herself under a Christmas tree. You know what I'm saying? But the whole story was leading up to that. You know what I'm saying?
Mm-hmm.
Beautiful Lies, I believe.
Yeah.
So it was really, he was really good at it. I don't know what happened to him. He's always busy, but it's kind of poignant because you'll be on social media. They have the pictures. All the ladies act like everything's great. I look at Ellis Ross, for example.
Mm-hmm.
To me, everything she puts out there is a front.
Mm-hmm.
But she's come from a family of families. Diana Ross, as famous as she was, she had a whole bunch of kids.
Mm-hmm.
Right? And, they have, so she didn't want to be married, but she's always thirst trapping now at her age. I'm sure she could get some guys who want to date her.
Okay, she's an attractive one. She's like 53, 54. She's still got it going. But
so the point is, she had no trouble getting a man to be attractive.
She's 52. Her sister is 54.
Right.
The oldest one is
So
the oldest
she's
sister.
fine, but I'm not saying she's lonely or upset or mad because some people are meant to be alone. But you know, I gotta think that every so often she has to do a what if. I believe that. I really do. I believe that. I think single men will be the same way. What if? Except for men in the 50s, they still have a shot. If they're in relatively good shape, they could change all that still, even in the 50s.
I meant to ask a question. Maybe you guys know. Is Billy D. Williams married? And if so, how long has he been married?
Did he just pass away?
Billy D.
No,
Williams?
I don't
No,
think so.
you just done killed Billy D. Oh my God.
Okay.
You done killed Billy D. off.
I don't know. You know what? Did he have a relationship with Diana Ross for a second?
Probably when they were
probably
filming,
so.
they all have a relationship on set. So
Yeah.
maybe.
You know, like
But
the
I
reason
don't think
why
he's
I asked
married
that is
now.
during that. The reason why I asked that is during that time you had guys that were those guys where people was like, you know, debonair dudes, right?
Yeah, the sex symbol. I mean, he was,
but you never heard anything about their wives, right? Until when they get older. I've never heard anything about if he had a wife. Like you would hear
He's
about
been married
certain
3
dudes, and
times.
you'd be like, "Damn, they've been married to this woman for 45
Yeah,
years."
3 wives?
He's been married 3 times, and he said he never dated Diana Ross.
So
Okay.
they've always just been good friends then.
Yeah.
That's it. Because they played in what Lady Sees the Blues and Mahogany.
You're correct.
So, yeah. So I can see how people would think so, but yeah. And a matter of fact, I think she was still with doing either Lady Sees the Blues or Mahogany. I don't know, but I think she was still with Berry Gordy at that time.
That's true. She was with the Barry Gordy. That's right.
I don't know. It was one of
But
those.
she had her
movies.
kid. Did she have kids with Gordy or the
Her oldest daughter is with Berry Gordy.
Oh, is that right?
Okay.
And he tells a story about how much they were in love with each other, but they just couldn't be together. He tells that story about that. About it was crazy. It's a crazy story that he tells. But yeah,
How does that work? Hang on. What you just said. Go over that. How does that work? Or have you ever been in that situation?
Mm-hmm.
You love each other, but we just can't be together. I'm trying to understand what that is. Is that really love, or is that just lust?
No, I think it would be love. But go ahead, Jay.
No, I think that in that situation, it could be because Berry Gordy has a lot of kids. But his kids have all been married to someone that was in the entertainment business. With him and Diana Ross, she wanted to be married with him. And one of the things that he just did not do was marry her. He did not marry her, and it was basically on his say so. She wanted to, but when you hear him tell the story, you just hear a lot of her acting out because she wanted him to be with her. Diana Ross has dated a lot of men that were friends. David Ruffin. She dated what was the other guy? Was it Paul? Like she dated 2 Temptations.
Mm.
You know, she dated I think her and Smokey had dated for a little bit, and Smokey was married. Now understand, a lot of these guys were cheating. But when you had her and you had a couple of other women that was on there, but the biggest story would be Diana Ross. And when you hear that story with her and Berry Gordy, I've never heard her tell the story. I just heard him tell the story. And one of the things was that, man, that woman loved the ground he walked on, but she acted out so bad where he was just like, I can't be with you like that. That was crazy. So you're right, where you have to raise the question of, is it lust? Is it love? What was it? Because it's a really crazy thing when you actually see the people they were all so close. You had Berry Gordy had I think his oldest daughter married was it Jackie?
Jackson?
And then
Yeah, one of the Jacksons. Yeah.
and then eventually married another Jackson brother. I think it was
Yeah, right?
Marlon.
Well,
Yeah.
wasn't Barry Gordy was kind of like her boss, right? I mean, today she could Me Too his ass. You know, I mean, the fact is, you know, she was vindictive. But I can see people being in love, but they can't be together because their lifestyle is something that is part of them, so they can't compromise that. And in order for them to actually be together, they would have to compromise something.
Yeah.
Barry in his position, with all the women coming after her and her too, you know. So I can see that. I mean,
And,
you know,
and her oldest child, that's the only child.
If you love somebody, set them free.
That's the only child that actually has Gordy, right? It's hyphen, it's Gordy Ross.
Mm-hmm.
But even when you talk about Ellis Ross, right? Why would she be Ross? Her father, she don't even have, you know what I'm saying? All of these names are hyphenated.
Well, she wanted to keep Diana's last name, right?
I guess. I mean, I've never been in that type of a world, so I figured because most people do keep their, you know, the name that they're known for. I wonder if it's on the check.
With Tracy Ellis Ross, was she born out of marriage?
No, does she married that Jewish guy?
No, was Diana Ross married? Was Diana Ross married?
His last name probably wasn't Ellis, was it?
I don't know.
Wasn't Ellis?
I can see now. I see the face because he was either a producer or something like that himself.
Yeah.
But if they wasn't married, it still plays right into the dynamic of the whole feminist baby mama movement that's been going on.
I think
because the child will take on the mother's last name if they're not married. That's part of that whole thing. It's the same thing. It's just on a entertainment level.
But what's on the birth certificate? That's
so her father
did he sign the birth certificate?
Yes, her father is Robert Ellis Simberstein.
Okay.
Oh, okay. So
she was married.
She couldn't carry no damn.
So she's Jewish and African American. Or
Yeah, her actual name is Tracy Joy Silberstein. That's her birth name.
That's her birth name.
There you go. So Ross is just a name.
Well, they didn't have to be married for that either. He just legitimized her. But I think that.
Yeah, well, there's still, and the thing is, he's still living. I just remember he looks totally different now than what he did, what I remembered him looking at. But
he was funny looking then too.
Yeah.
Hey, money makes you look.
No, the craziest part, she looks just like it. That's where she get them eyes. Well, her mama got them big ass eyes too. But
that's funny, man.
If you see her and him together, she looks just like him too.
When I was working, I had this. I got a promotion on the job. Right, and I'm talking to one of the ladies, one of my, contemporaries. We never had anything to do with each other. Other than that, we used to go out. Everybody used to go out to lunch. She said, "Man, Rich." She says, now that you got that promotion, you're starting to look pretty good. That's it. And she just said that right out of the clear blue.
Money made you look handsome.
She said, as she is 14, I didn't think so, but as 15, you're starting to look pretty good, man. I bust out. It was so spontaneous because I wasn't expecting her to say some shit like that, right? That shit was so funny, man. Women are crazy, man.
That's wild, man. But the whole thing about, what do you guys actually think about this thing about men struggling to communicate with women? Is it a thing, or is it just that women and men struggle to communicate with one another? How does that go now?
It's the latter. It's one another. I mean, if you're talking about a regular guy who's not afraid of women and a woman who's not afraid of communicating, I think the miscommunication is a mutual thing. There are men who are awkward with women. If we leave those guys out of it, you have some people who just don't get the dynamic that when women talk, they talk from feelings, and when you talk for a regular guy, you might be thinking more. You think you're a little bit more like at ones and zero-ish, right? Logical in your thought process. And that's something you could be talking to each other, but be missing each other like trains in the night. You know, I think so. I think that happens more often than not. Because if you don't recognize when a woman's talking to you from her feelings, something you could say something that sounds almost the same, but the interpretation is different. I mean, I'll give you I'll give you this. Like we all know, and it used to be a theory, but it's not really a theory that a woman knows she wants to sleep with you when she first sees you within the first couple of minutes, right? When you're looking at each other. But when women say it, right, and like to pop the balloon, they say, well, you know, I wasn't really feeling the vibe. And it's so casual when she says that to a guy, when they pop the balloon and he comes up to her, I wasn't really feeling the vibe. Actually, what she's saying is, I don't want to, you know, I'm not gonna, you know, I don't feel the wetness in the loins when I see you. They don't speak like that. But that's what she's saying.
Yeah, so it's really no different from us, but
right.
The social mores though won't necessarily allow that for them to be that direct.
Exactly. It sounds so casual, but exactly what they're telling guys is, you know, man, if you had a 10-foot pole, I still wouldn't touch your stinking ass, you know. But they won't say it like that.
And the thing that I mean, we talked about this, I think last week or the week before, or whatever. And just in my observation and anecdotal experience is that it has never been where the majority of people were really good at doing cold approaches. And it seems as if in this age we're in right now, this is what everything is a pop the balloon thing now. I think that's one of the reasons why the show is really, really good, because that's cold approach. When you really look at it in its essence, it's a cold approach. And it's not it's kind of like you got to have a skill with that.
What's a cold approach?
Either skill or a personality.
Yeah, you got to,
it's some people have certain people have a certain animal magnetism, or they're just natural. I mean, and you see it when they're young.
Yeah,
you could see it. They don't have to necessarily go to school for it, but for some, I mean, just like you talk about cold approaches. Most people aren't good salesmen.
Most
you take a job trying to sell whatever it is. Get on that phone. It's like here's a list of 1,000 names. You got to call every one of them. People break by the time you get to the 50th name. It's like I can't do this.
That's it. I'm done with this job right here. Right.
You know what I'm saying? It's just if you don't. I mean, salesmen, especially cold sales, them dudes. Shout out to them dudes used to sell them Kirby vacuum cleaners and them encyclopedias or Amway, whatever it was. I mean, you door to door. And you had to do your pitch, and you get that door slammed in your face, so they stick that dog on you or something. But you go like next house. It's not everybody. Not everyone's built built for that. And back in the day, it was like societies were such where again, it was the communities that kind of brought people together. I mean, you go way back, there were betrothals, or they were like, you know, it's like okay, the families kind of said, okay, well, look, here's your girl. You guys two talk with it. It'd be awkward as anything. It's like, I ain't kicking it like that. But it's like, well, I guess we get married then, I guess, right? And you just say, so you don't have to have your game on. But yeah, but now since everyone has individual agency and choice over who they want, you know, because back in that, like even the Indians now, like you still have caste system and okay, you got to belong to this family and this thing and that thing and your horoscopes have to match and all that kind of stuff. But I mean, these guys don't have. I worked with them for 40 years. These guys don't have game to be talking to women like that, saying, "Oh, well, you know, it's just look. You know, I'm going to be an engineer. I'm going to be either a computer engineer. I'm going for doctor. I'm going for a dentist or something like that. And this is what this is what we're going to do." They don't have game.
Not at all. Because just think about it. When you meet someone, you try to get it to be as less awkward as possible. And one of the things is that we meet each other through reference or, you know, work or school. It's something where someone can reach closer to be able to verify your social status, right? It's something where they know someone that knows you. And that makes it a lot more easier. It was just, think about it. We didn't have our social media was the telephone, and it wasn't the phone itself right now. You had someone that I know somebody for you. I want you to talk to this person. You could talk to them over the phone, right? And it was kind of more of the blind date type of thing than this whole cold approach. And my whole thing is that the reason why there's a what we see right now is that this is a culture that is trying to do something that no one is great at. They're not great at cold approaches. So when we see when we see the pop the balloon, we about to see this plane crash, right? Because we already know that it's very few people that's going to be able to find what they consider love. For one, it's not going to be love. People just, they get together, they go on dates or whatever. The greatest thing is, and I'm talking about not the generic pop the balloons. I'm talking about what's old girl name? Her and her husband.
All that.
Her and him. Because guess what they do? After they have the folks that actually, hooked up or whatever, and had dates, they end up having a reunion. And then you will see where it goes from the reunion because
go back to the 80s love connection, right?
Yeah.
Chuck Willery, right? You had to go on the date. You came back and you talked about the date and all that kind of stuff. And I mean, at least then, I mean, the pop the balloon is so like sudden. It's like literally, it's like, hi, I'm selling this Kirby. You either get that door slammed in your face or whatever, or get off my porch or something like that. It's just so jarring when it happens to you. I guess the same thing happens online, right?
Yeah.
Because someone's either going to see your profile, they're going to look at you, and either going to swipe left or swipe right and keep it going. But you don't know what's going on. You either get messages in your DMs or you're not. But that's just so cold in your face to say like hi, and it's like pop, So it takes courage because and the thing is, it's public. Like you can shoot your shot with a girl. Nobody's gonna know. Right? You at the train station, you're in the bookstore, whatever. Hi, how you doing, whatever. And no one is observing you. But you got 10 girls or 10 guys up there, and they all go pop, 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 pop. I mean, I don't know if we were built for that. It was hard enough just getting the reject from the girl, but again, you could say, all right, no one's here. Or your boy was maybe just like, oh yeah, go talk to her. It's like, oh, she shot me down, or she ain't really. You could just play that off and keep it moving, right? But when you get that kind of thing, and then everybody's also influenced by someone else, it's like, maybe he did have a good one. Maybe I didn't see that. So,
it's just it's so many things. This is the thing. It's kind of like when you looking at this is like the fear factor of dating, right? Because they pop your balloon for any little thing. You could be talking to a woman and you could be telling her, listen, I'm really not into that or whatever. And whatever it is that you say to her, another woman will pop the balloon because of what you said to the woman. Yeah. It's like, do you understand that y'all supposed to be what I'm saying? Y'all supposed to be not rivals, but this is a competition type of thing. And it's kind of like, this is now, again,
crazy. I don't follow the show that much. Has there ever been a case where the majority of the women did not pop their balloon?
Oh yeah.
Or men for that matter? There have been shows like that?
Yes.
And what are those guys like? Like, what was about them that made where the majority of women didn't?
I've seen somewhere nobody popped, but the guy still didn't get a date.
Because he popped their balloons. Because if they don't pop...
then you going... Yeah.
That's the thing. If they don't pop...
It's all kind of combinations. And sometimes they have better panels than others. Like, they're starting to have some women and some guys who are really professionals. They're professionals. So I think the competition to get picked is getting a little stricter on the show because they probably get a lot of people trying to get on.
Yeah, I wish they would bring Love Connection back. I used to love that. That come on like in the afternoon tea. I used to love it. I watched that show I will record it on the VCR. I would watch that show religiously, man. Because again, you had to go. I mean, they're gonna pay. First of all, they're gonna pay for half the date anyway.
Yeah.
But I mean, to be with somebody, go in the car, in the whatever, or what was that other show that came later? Blind Date.
Yeah.
At least you spent the time. Now again, you decide to take that cab home or said, hey, this was a great date, but putting people in that situation, man. I mean, that's you got to do that.
It's right. It's cold approach. Still, it's still that was what made the show fun for us to watch, because it's still something that's awkward about it, because you go on there. I think even remember before all of those, they had the dating game, right? And then they had the wall. Yeah, you couldn't see the person. You just heard their voice. And then they had to say the right thing. So it was kind of like, if they said the right thing is basically how you're going to pick them. Yeah. But it was still all cold approaches. And so
I got a friend of mine who's pretty, I mean, he's not overly handsome, but he has a lot of luck with the damn dating app.
Mm-hmm. Is it because of charisma?
He has a lot of luck. I mean, he found his last, I guess, 3, he's divorced. But I think his last 3 girlfriends he got from a dating app,
Yeah.
So he does pretty well on that, man.
But the one thing that I give the dating app early in his life, by default, you had to have communication. By default.
By default. Yeah.
You had to exchange some messages and some telephone numbers. So people had to talk on the phone. And if you are a person that understands who he is or who she is, you'll know within the first or second conversation that that's not the person for you.
There should never, ever be a time where people say, I got catfished.
Never.
It should never be a time. That's the craziest thing to me, because I'm like, okay, after you do the whole thing with being on a date, most people got, I ain't gonna say most people, because it's kind of still 50-50, but there's a lot of people that have iPhones, right? And guess what you can do with iPhones? FaceTime.
Same way you can do with Android.
Now with an Android, you could do just as much. So even with either one of the phones, what I'm saying though, with FaceTime, it's a little more instant, right?
Right.
With the Android, it's certain apps.
Can't you use? Doesn't WhatsApp allow video?
Yes,
you got Google Meet.
You got Google Meet. There should never be a time when anybody
FaceTime off of Facebook.
2024, 2023, anybody can sit back and say, I got catfish. There's no way. No way. Video, it should be mandatory to video chat with someone.
I'm so happy I don't have to go through that shit.
Man, ain't that crazy?
Please look, back in the day, like I said, I did the soul singles. So 98.7 Kiss FM. You had a mailbox. So you left a message in the mailbox, and then you would check every day or whatever, and said you got 3 messages in your mailbox, and then they would drop something, and then they would drop their number, and you would start the communication process then. But yeah, I didn't do the single ads, but the mailboxes, that was the early inception then.
Single ads.
Yeah. Yeah. LTR, SWV, SBM, all. You had to learn all the code language and whatnot. Yeah. But again, you even have it now on Craigslist, right? Don't they have a dating or hookups?
Yes.
Something Craigslist, you can go there and do something. So people find
it was Backpage, but they took Backpage and the porn and the corn industry and the prostitution industry, man, they took over that thing. It was like, whoa.
Mm-hmm.
But yeah, it's always been a time where you had people, at least from the 70s on up, where there was always a time where people were trying to get people together. For some odd reason, I think the endorphins is for everybody. When you got somebody that want to be matchmaker, you got somebody that wants to be able to see if they can make a love connection. Yeah. You always had people that wanted other people to be together. It's just weird now what we see where, especially like with women, we've already understood that the proclivities of a woman to disqualify a man probably has always been there based off of why she wouldn't date him or whatever. It's kind of like on steroids now. Like I said, when you look at something like Pop the Balloon, you can be talking to one woman and the conversation you have with that woman, somebody else will pop their balloon. And it's crazy.
Right.
It's kind of like, this is like, it's like a car crash now. So
Yeah.
it takes away Arletta and her husband, and you know, because the only reason why we say Arletta, because her husband is the one that actually is the mastermind for it all. She's the face of it. But when you see both of them, they've taken it to a different angle now. It's kind of like they would have one panel where they had the folks to come back, and they'll tell why it did or did not work with them. It's kind of like the Love Connection type of thing. The Love Connection, we'll be back in 2 and 2.
Yeah. Chuck Willery, yep. 2 and 2.
Chuck Willery,
yep.
And so it's kind of like that, but I see what they're trying to do. They're not trying to make it to a point where it's kind of like the car crash. They're literally trying to make people more conscious of, for one, their appearance, the way that they approach one another, you know, because you hear her husband speak and you hear her and her husband speak, and it's kind of dope to hear them, because I'm glad that they starting to expand it more than just pop the balloon. You know what I'm saying? They're starting to express, have the other people to express. So I don't know what to say other than we just gonna have to keep trying, because the ones that's out of the game, all we doing is looking at the car crash, man, and it's bad.
Yeah.
It's bad.
Let me ask you guys just one last thing, and I need to jump off soon, but are you guys fans? Because I know you have more single mingle type of places now. Like you got these cruises. I took a cruise back in December. You got cruise lines that have for single people or whatnot. Would you guys, if you guys were still single, would you be open to venues like that over a website or app or something like that? Would you be more willing to go on those excursions more so than going through social media or the apps to meet women? Because they weren't really doing. I mean, you had like, you know, Friday night, like our pain up in Newark. They used to have First Fridays up in the area where folks on Friday, you know, get together and stuff like that. You know, almost like a club kind of scene. But I'm talking about they be having like these cruises specifically for singles who want to mingle. So it's not, you know, it's a little bit more direct in terms of what everybody's there for, and you don't have to think about that, because you go to a First Fridays just because you want to network and hand out some business cards or do whatever. But this is so. What do you think of those kind of things? You know, would you be more?
I would use a little bit of everything. I think that, you know, I wouldn't limit myself to, if I was in a dating scene, or, you know, even if I was intentional in trying to find a wife. I think these days you got to go through so many numbers to find the person that you might want. I think you'd have to use all avenues.
Mm-hmm.
You know, but the one thing I think the guys today are missing is the cold approaches, you know, because they think they have to have some slick line and all that shit. Just say hello. Just say hello, and if there's the circumstances right, you know, you're in a bar setting or a restaurant setting or just waiting in line, just say hello. What's going on? And see where it goes. I mean, if she looks like she throws up in the back of her throat, you know, then you just leave it alone.
Yeah. You had the coldest line, our pain, though, but I don't know if you want to share it here. But
what was the line? I want to know.
He had the coldest.
Oh, so when I met my wife,
yeah.
The toughest things any man has ever done is turn down a nice piece of willing, steaming ass piece of pussy. Are you out of your fucking mind? Are you crazy?
I can tell you it wasn't any of those. And again, I'm not going to share it here, but I'm just saying, your line, it was cold. I got to give it to you. It was a cold one. It was good.
Me and my wife both told that story. Just recently, we went to a family reunion.
Mm-hmm.
You know, and she told how we met from her standpoint. I finally listened to her, and I know why she was so receptive to when I said that, but I didn't know it at the time. I told my wife. I think I told all these guys here, but I saw her at a party. And it was a terrible party. She kept walking by me, and I stopped her, eye to eye. I said, "Are you here with somebody, or can I get a shot?" I didn't smile. I didn't do anything. She looked at me like I was crazy, but I kept looking at her while she looked at me with that little shot. But it was so funny. She came to that party with somebody else who left her at the party.
What?
You know, I found it. See, he left at the party because there was too many guys there, so he would assume that these were all her old boyfriends.
Oh, she
I beg your pardon?
And it wasn't really true. It was just her and
Mhm.
her girlfriend. They just put out a lot of invitations, and the girls didn't show up. Just a few, right? So I knew where her head was at. So when I said that, knowing that this guy just left her there, she probably was like, "What is this guy, man?" And we just ended up talking, man. We ended up talking all day. I mean, that was it, man. I think that was I mean, there might have been some days, but we didn't stop talking since that first initial thing. I mean, we were like thick as thieves right after that, just within that first week.
Wow.
Yeah.
That's crazy.
He shot his shot. Yeah.
I shot my shot. I never talked to a woman like that before in my life.
That was kind of dope.
See, that's what I'm saying. You had that one arrow, and you landed bullseye.
One hour was like quiver. I had 1 hour with my quiver.
That's it. One hand in your satchel. Cupid's arrow shot and hit, and the rest is history.
He stuck his tongue out, closed that one eye, and pop.
Oh, that's amazing, man.
Yeah. What was that? 7 words? 7, 8 words? Was it? 7 words that changed history.
Ready, right? You know, you here with somebody, and can I get a shot? 37, 8 words, man.
That's dope, man. Well, you shared it. The one thing I can say, man, you shared a lot.
At the end of it, though, I said this part. After we finished dancing and stuff, I had a piece of paper, kind of like this, because there wasn't no cell phones and stuff. I said, write down your number so I could call you. And she did like this. She took the paper and she ripped a piece, probably no bigger than this.
She's trying to make you lose it.
She wrote the number down. She's like, I'm saying, what the hell is she doing? Like, so she's playing the game back. And I'm taking the paper. I said, I can't smudge it. I had to know where I put it. And when she gave it to me, I said, I looked her in the eye. I said, listen, I'm going to call you. And when I do, you better act like you know me. That's what I said. You better act like you know me. I was on the roll, man. I said, you know what? I said, all I can do is lose it tonight. You better, I called it the next day. I didn't play no games.
You was in your bag. It was just something. Yeah, man.
It goes to speak of a different mindset from the young man.
Coach, you were smooth too.
But that's what I'm saying. All of you brothers talk about how when you saw a woman that you may have been attracted to, you went with her with some intention. Despite how everybody else was moving, what everybody else was feeling, you saw her at some point, you legitimized everything about that relationship.
Yeah.
And that's the thing that a lot of brothers don't understand, because coming out of the house, they already been just beat down, told that they not nothing, your daddy ain't nothing. Then you looking just like your daddy, but all of your behaviors is like your mama. That makes no sense to a man, though. But that's what I'm saying. These messages, young man, just listen. We all don't know 100% proof. Everybody give you nuggets. Apply those nuggets at some point. Just hold on to it. So when that part of your life comes about, recall what JT, my man, said, Brother Benny said, and just try it out. The worst thing you can do that can happen if you approach a woman, she'll say no. Don't stand there and listen to all that extra flip-flap after she say no. Move on. If she ain't willing to tear a piece of paper off and write her number down.
I mean, a little piece of paper too.
Now, Coach, again, your game was pretty nice too.
Yeah. I ain't played though. But again,
all right, hang on. You shared it probably before. Where were you?
Wait. Okay, help me out.
You said you met you at the gas station, right?
Yeah. When I met,
that's what I'm saying. Share that. You shot your shot.
She was on the opposite side, of course. Cars going different directions, and I get out of the car. I think she had already got out of the car, and it's crazy because when I used to see a female, I sort of tried to get in the same one. So And I've always, I learned this in the military that every time I get gas, I pop my hood, I take my brake cap off, and pump my brakes 10 times. Every time. I learned this from some old guys. Dude looked like our pain when I was in the service, right? Because JT, because in the military they have these little garages that you can actually go break a car down, put it build and all that for $2 a day.
The craft shop.
Yeah, so I pulled out and I did that, and I saw her getting gas, and she was, little car. I said, "Man, that's a nice little car." She looked at me. She gave me one in behind. She said, "Oh, what's wrong with your car?" I said, "No, it's just a little something I do. I just do this." She's like, "How you do it?" She asked me how to do it, and that just okay. Now we talking. Man.
But you bled your brakes.
Yeah, that's all I'm doing is bleed my brakes.
Yeah,
we just
So
started
the bleed the brakes technique. So
I actually bled her brakes.
Pause.
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 You did it right there. You did it right there at the gas station.
Yeah, I bled her brakes. I was that type of listen, and I don't know, try to get with her type, but when she let me sit in her car, I was like, what's your name? I mean, I started getting into it, and like, let me get your number, you know what I'm saying? So we can go. It was wintertime, so I said, we can go ice skate. We was in Chicago. I said, we can go ice skate. I said, I went one time and I wouldn't mind. She like, oh, okay, cool. And we set up a date about a week later, but we had talked on the phone every day between that time. I think we missed a Thursday or something, but Friday, because Saturday we was going on our little date. And I was like, I was in the city and she was out in the suburb. I said, well, you got to come to the city. I said, we can catch the train, She came down, parked her car, and then for some reason it snowed. She's like, it's too, it's snowing. I'm like, yeah, it's snow. I ain't going outside because down in Chicago it's 15 below. I'm like, no. So we went and shot pool. And we went and shot pool and we was talking and it gave us a little chance. I showed, I don't know if she was playing.
To show her how to hold a cue.
But we never separated from that point, man. You know what I'm saying? We talked every day. We never separated. But I'll tell you this though, when I met her, I'm not gonna say that I was 100% ready because I was single. I had a nice little job, had my own place. I could cook. I was in shape. I was shining every time I went to work, and I was seeing professional women, and they was like, "Hey," I was getting flued out. I had to make a conscious decision because when she came to me, she pulled all the Halloween candy out on my table. Like,
that's it.
Can you deal? I had to take a little time though. It took me about a good. I tell you what did it. A month later, we drove to Atlanta from Chicago. And she said that we can survive this, we can survive everything. It was raining. We got to a hotel, a nice hotel. The tub had flooded, so we had to shower together. We get to Atlanta. It was a crazy weekend. And from that point, man, she trusted me. And I tell her all the time. She tell me all the time, you get out here, don't let Saprita take all your money. I said, no. Saprita go have a rough with me, single. And now. It's gonna be rough because now I'm like Brother Ben, I got a list. Now I got 64 crayons in my box. So I'm just
hold on. You had the 8 plus the 64.
Yeah, there you go. There you go. But yeah, man, it's a beautiful thing right now, man. I know we get a bad rap. That's why I can't argue with dudes who ain't married, ain't never been married, man. If you that type of dude, that everything that you dream of or feel will come to fruition in your marriage.
So I mean, Mr. Bennett, you gotta go. So you mentioned when you met your wife, you gave her the book as an audition.
No, I asked her out because again, her coworker told me I better take her out.
Okay.
And then, but as soon as but we didn't go off, like I said, for 2 weeks, but we talked. So I gave her the document. And we talked almost every night for 2 weeks. So by the time the first date came, it was definitely very much, definitely looking forward to it. And again, the rest is basically history after that. So I mean, it It didn't take long. I knew I was going to marry her probably after 2 months. And 6 months later, I proposed. We were married in 10. So it was very, you know, but we were, I lay my cards on the table. And I was saying just last night, I was saying, look, I didn't worry about, you know, questions are any good man. I wasn't even worried about whether I was a good man or not. Right. I was simply worried. It's like basically the idea is like, this is who I am. Can you rock with that? She read the document and she said, yeah, I can get with this.
Right.
And so, and I don't know, I didn't know at the time, people talking about, is she the one? I don't know if she was the one, but she was a one. You know what I mean? She simply qualified. I mean, I was like, if I wasn't going to be like, you know, they say with that bird in the hand is better than two in the bush, right?
That's right.
So I was like, I got one here. I'm gonna mess with you until something happens where it don't happen. But she never left. So it wasn't like I was dating 4 or 5 women at a time. It's like, no, I got one in the who's you know, willing to, you know, participate, and this went from there. She became more the one over time. Like I was saying earlier, when I was in my 20s, whatnot, I was envious of everybody or all these other women and whatnot that I thought I never could get. Mm-hmm. And then again, 30, 40, 50 years old, you look at these women now, and my wife is still, like, to me, you know, our wives don't change. You know what I'm saying? They look the same roughly than when you first married them. So I look back now and look at all these other women. It's like, look, you know, and she gave me 3 babies also.
Yeah, man.
And still popping.
Mm-hmm.
So I'm like, look, so again, I've won the game over time. And it was like, you know, so I came to a point where it's like, yeah, you did good. You picked the right one. You picked the right one. Every year has been like a validation that she was the right one. But at the time, she was just A1. You qualify. Yeah. But I wasn't going to go through a bunch of rounds and, you know, multiple women and all that kind of stuff. Like, if you got a good one you can work with, I just work with that.
Yeah.
So JT got to go too, right? Because I know you back with your ex-wife again now, right? After 20 years.
See another room now. Looking at the show.
I'm sorry. What happened? What you're back with your ex-wife?
Mm-hmm. Absolutely.
Wow. I didn't know. I congratulations, man. See, dude, we were just literally talking about this last night on Peter's show. I was just saying that there's a lot of people who could be back with their exes if they're willing either to humble themselves or to change and develop over that time and be like, look, what we doing?
Yes.
You know what I mean? Like, you see each other at the graduations, you see them at the weddings, you're seeing them at the whatevers. You don't got anybody. I ain't got nobody. I'm like, what are we doing? It's like, and a lot of stuff that you might have thought was at the time
it's immaterial.
It's just petty stuff. And it's like, if you could just kind of grow up and say, look, I was wrong, I was stupid, I was immature, I was whatever that is.
Right.
Mm-hmm.
A lot of people could reconnect.
Was that? You got children and grandchildren. That's
what I'm saying. I mean, you at the family gatherings, you at the everybody's together anyway. So it's like, and it don't even have to look like everything. Like, I know Kim says talk all the time, like couples, like you live together in the same house with separate rooms or whatever. You just go down, do your dances or whatever, and then go back to your room. I mean, it don't have to look perfect.
Yeah.
But are you better off together? You 10 years older, you 10 years fatter, 10 years grayer, less hair, less everything. I'm just saying, at some point, it's like, you know, enough. Yeah. Like we've done enough, whatever, you know, and let's just figure some stuff out. It don't have to look like what it was, but let's just figure some stuff out and be like, look, let's go on. Your age, you got 30 years left.
Right.
That you can build something, forget about that stuff in between. You can still have something that's positive and growing and enjoy your your older time. You know, go on cruises. What old people do, go on cruises and you know what I'm saying?
Whatever,
you know, just going like our opinion does. Just get a hotels. Y'all don't have to go, you know, rock climbing and stuff like that. Right. That's the young people's game. Y'all don't have to do that, but there's still an opportunity for you to be happy. So I am very happy to hear that, and congratulations on that, and I just pray that nothing but the best, brother.
Appreciate it, man.
Most definitely. One of the things I found out, I think is really true with the young people today, they have sensory overload.
Yeah.
There's just too much stimuli, man, for them to really see what's important. It's just sensory overload. Because even when we just told our 4 little stories here, you know, it's there's a certain amount of what you call intentionality that has to come into the situation, and you have to ignore all other stuff that's around you, you know, or at least don't make it as important. It becomes minimized when you say, okay, maybe what I have here is going to work. So I'm be looking to see if we could keep if it getting better or if it's going to be a time where I have to back off.
Yeah.
But I think the people today just have sensory overload. There's always something they think there's green on the other side, so I can't choose. What happens if I choose wrong? You know, that kind of stuff. And
and that's the thing. If their anxiety, it feeds into, you know, because we have enough where what if, right? But that's one of the things when it comes down to, like, especially this experience. Never thought it ever happened, but it's a great experience. One of the things that I love about being older is because you get a chance to look at the world a lot different than you did when you were younger. And it's funny where when we are looking at it and we're like, wow, I can make a decision and I don't have to have anything to feed into my anxieties, right? Especially like what, you know, me and my lady, what we're talking about is real shit. We ain't talking about how I feel it. She already told me, she's like, I ain't going nowhere. I don't care what the hell you do. I ain't going nowhere. It's over with. That whatever it is that you had in your mind, I ain't going nowhere. But what we do, but the purpose is to get back on purpose, right? Because when we got married when we were 22. She just graduated from college. I have a military career. It was kind of like being as young as we were. It was kind of like us putting it together, right? At that time. And at some point we got lost, you know, in translation or whatever it is. But we had 2 children. We had two children that we both love. And our whole thing, like now, we've been separated for 20 plus years. Separated. Been around each other, but separated for 20 plus years. You know what that takes for 2 people to, it's kind of like, woo, I don't know what's going to come from this, but I'd rather put my money on you and my money on me than everything that we've experienced out here, right? And that's what we ended up doing because the whole thing
Did you ever get formally divorced?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. It was to the point where it was kind of like when we both of us came to the consensus of doing it, man, it was like even now, it's a lot to work on. Counseling we got to do, you know what I'm saying? Finances. Like we went through life for 2 decades separate, but we both established so much shit to the point it's like, okay, we back together. You know, we already know there's no other shit that's going to be behind it because we just older and so for our kids to see it, I'm like, I really be like, I want to know what they really, really think, but they just like, all right. You know what I'm saying? It's like y'all doing, like my oldest daughter, she's experienced being with me and her mom together. The youngest have never. So they have 2 different takes on it. You know, but it's a journey that I'm definitely willing to take, and not just for myself and not just for herself. We talking about for real getting our family back together and being able to contribute what we can until it's time to exit. That's just basically what it is. You know what I'm saying? So yeah.
Wow. You made my I say night, but you made my day. I got to go, fellas.
You didn't know that at all, huh?
I did not.
He's been kind of quiet. He's been kind of low key on that, you know.
I feel yeah. Do what you need to do. Yeah. You brothers have a great night. I'll see you guys later in the weekend. Take care.
All right, Mr. Bennett, man. You take it easy, man.
Who you got for the Super Bowl, man?
Three-peat. Okay. And after this, Mahomes is the GOAT. If he wins the 3-peat and gets the MVP, he's the GOAT. And I don't need to, if he gets to 7 or not, I don't care.
All right.
Top that.
I'm going to the Super Bowl, but next year.
Yeah, okay.
Peace, gentlemen.
All right,
brother.
Take it easy.
Well, all right, man.
All right, man. Listen, man. Hey, listen, it was good stories tonight, man. I tell you, again, I'm really serious. I think some of the young guys, they gotta stop looking at people who been married or long, a little older, and stop saying, "Well, you out of the game." Just portions of it that could be beneficial to them today.
I think so.
Because they're looking at too much shit, man. If you intentional as a man, even today, you could eliminate so many women by just being intentional, because they'll tell you what you need to know about them, and you just move on.
You gotta just move forward. Yeah,
Keep moving on. You can't waste no time. You might have to give up a little, but you know what I'm saying? Not give up. Pause. You might have to forego smashing the chick, even if you know you can.
Yep.
If you know she's not the one.
You gotta just say no.
Yeah, just say no. And move on to one. You gotta be serious. And that's one of the kind of things I think the guys, and I say this before, because I don't like blaming men for why shit is fucked up.
Right.
But men keep the sexual marketplace chaotic because we keep the women out of balance.
Yeah.
But
we keep them out of balance. No, from the standpoint, they're responsible for their own bodies. But when we don't tell them the truth from intentionality, they get mixed signals from us. And that just feeds their chaos. That's how I look at it.
I don't put it on the men at all. I put it on the adults in that light. Because these men are getting the same lack of information the women are getting. No. That's why they all coming out of here. Yes.
Okay, what do you mean by that? What do you mean by that?
Meaning young men are not getting the understanding that just because she's emotional, you don't have to get emotional.
But what does that have to do with a man being intentional?
Because a man don't have nobody advocating for him. The man these boys are
he's intentional and he's going to advocating for him?
He's going to listen. He's not getting the right information on how to approach women. These men are not getting that from people that they know. These boys are being told that they ain't shit. They told that they ain't that.
Okay, but you're not wrong. But I think we're talking about that. What does that have to do with a man knowing how to be intentional or not?
But he doesn't know how. All of this stuff.
Open the dictionary and read shit.
But what I'm saying, it's still a learned behavior. But it's still a learned behavior. They're not having those little.
Yeah, it starts by reading the definition.
Yeah, as a grown man, you should. Yes, at 35 and 40, you still got problems with.
I know where you're coming from, but you're still coddling these motherfuckers, man.
No, I'm not.
Let me tell you something. Let me tell you something. If we know from a young age that I'm sitting back talking sassy to another man, that there's a potential of us getting into a fight, then I know for a fact that if I'm talking crazy to a damn woman, that is going to be potentials of whatever it is that go on. It's not like we don't see it in front of us, right? So when we see other things that happening in front of us, we are intelligent beings. We gather it. By the time we are 16 years old, we know what's right and what's wrong. We know that this will get this outcome and this will get this outcome. Now, I can understand when you're talking about the smaller percentage. I understand it. There are people that just ain't gonna get it. Men that just won't get it.
That's true.
For the most part, there are men that actually they understand that I gotta take care of me. And one of the things about it is when they're looking at what they see right now, you better say no to that right there, boy. That's no, not her. They know that. They understand it. The thing is that what they don't want to do, they don't want to be themselves. They don't want to think about when we got older. It was just what Mr. Bennett was saying. I get older, man, I get to myself, right? I'm more susceptible of being to myself. By the time you in your 30s, man, you start being to yourself. Being as a teenager, There's, especially if you're in sports. Guess what you ain't doing? Hanging out on the block. Guess what you ain't doing? Talking to all these damn girls. You don't start doing all of that shit until you start having a lot of leisure time. That's what happens. We ain't talking about what, we get caught up with whatever. Look what's happening right now. Do you see the generation right now? You can't tell the difference between, and I'm talking about in behavior, the males and the females' behavior. There's no damn way that you can tell me that this many men can sit back and say, the outcomes are because everybody is out there against me and nobody's telling me. That's not how this shit goes, bro. My father used to play baseball, right? He taught me how to play baseball. And I remember he used to throw the ball to me. I'm talking about hard, too. I'm 6 years old. He throwing that ball hard. He's zipping it to me. I try to catch it a couple of times. Guess what happened? The glove don't meet the ball. My face meet the ball. And my father was like, hey, what was it? What did he say? You better put that glove in there. He was telling me how not to let the ball keep hitting my face. This is what you got to keep doing. That's life. Don't keep letting that ball hit your face. A catcher. I'm talking about he was zipping. When we used to play catch with each other. It's the same thing in life. Why you keep getting hit in the face with the ball? Why? Okay, you got 2 times, and then after that, ain't no 3 strikes. You got 1 more time, and that ball gonna knock all your teethuses out. Do you want all your teethuses out? No. You understand what the consequences is. It's the same thing with women.
But I hear where Coach Ferg is coming up, but at some point, regardless of you being trained or somebody talking to you, you gotta figure some shit out, man. And they got more information now than we ever had back in the day. Right? Man,
they say they're the information generation, didn't they say that?
I think, listen, I'm with you 100% on that, right? But this is what I'm saying. A lot of brothers, yes, they should be doing this, right? But your voice, you could probably change the. Listen, I know it's not. But what I'm saying is, I know there's some brothers, that's not their name. However, in this climate today, the message that you speak is perfect for a guy I'll just use it, and I'll say this without saying, within your own children's age. A guy that can get that message from you over 6-8 months. Yeah. I'm telling you.
I agree. I agree with that.
It'll seem to balance itself out over, you know what I'm saying? But unfortunately, a lot of guys go into their adult life with no understanding.
But they would hate
about anything. So,
they would hate on our pain. Let me tell you one of the reasons why they would hate
for
on
a little bit of time. For a short period.
They don't think that they can obtain what he obtained, right? It's like, and one of the things, I've been listening to our pain for a couple of years now, and one of the things that I've taken from what he talks about is being able to pretty much mine things out. It's not going to just come to you. You have to work to it. And just what we were saying today, you got to be intentional. One of the things I love about what our pain showed was that man, that was dope as hell what you did, bro. That wedding, and that was a tape, wasn't it? That you had to convert.
Yeah, we had to digitize.
Yeah, man. And doing what he did and showing that and still being married. It's one thing to show the wedding. That was a beautiful wedding you had, right? Mm-hmm. It's another thing to show decades after that. And right. So it shows how much you've seen from that journey that you had. And you guys are still smiling and laughing with each other and having a family. Shit, your kids are grown. Were they older than what you are now? Or what you were then? Are they older now than what you were then?
One of them is. The other one, it was her mother's age when we got together. Yeah, 24, 25.
Yeah, man. That's just something where it gives it gives hope. And I think it's just something that they're missing right now. So it's a defeatist attitude, and what they're around every day. That be looking at you, they look at you like, ain't nobody as lucky as you. You like,
yeah, I know. You know what? Have you been on This Might Be Risky? They got a brother on there, CJ.
Yeah, I know
he
CJ.
comes on there a lot, you know, and there's no way he can relate to. I mean, because I talked to him a couple times, and you know, we talked about the intentionality. Actually, they actually listened to me a little bit, but these guys want to say that the shit is so bad that they don't want to hear nobody saying there's still a path forward. They don't want to hear it. I mean, of course, the women. I look at the black women today that get airtime. And I said, man, I don't envy the guys because I know I wouldn't like none of these.
Right.
I wouldn't even want to talk to any of these women. I swear. But the point really is they're not all the women ain't them.
Right.
Right. Because I'm starting to see other women on TikTok or they got a girl on YouTube called Just a Girl. She's married, dark-skinned sister. She's mad, so she comes out and she talks something different, you know, more about relationships because she's a married and she's a younger woman. And there's more and more women coming out. You got your little Jenny, you know, there's some women who are marriageable that's still out there. But the guys today are so wrapped up in themselves, I don't think they can recognize a good woman if they see her.
Where?
That's what I'm saying. I don't think they could recognize. I mean, they just because. You know, they're as, you know what, I hate to use this word, they're as traumatized as the goddamn women are.
Yeah.
Absolutely. So back to what I was saying. Listen, here's the one question you can ask that I used to ask, especially dating 25 and over. Right? They have a sort of a biased viewpoint of women, and they sort of spread it out to all women, right?
Yeah.
Where were you? I mean, what age were you when you got your heart broke about? And when they get their heart broke, they in that mode for a long time. And then when they get close to, a lot of guys don't come to understanding of themselves until they in their 30s, going on 40. And they done been slapped around by the women, and now they that they getting the confidence, which is okay. The confidence is great. But then they would rather stay in a position where they can still feel as if they in charge, but they are smashed more than anything and just leave it at that. But then that's polluting the pool from the brothers behind them. I'm telling you, it's to me, I used to ask that question a lot, and there's a trigger point that started this mindset. It wasn't just because our pain kept telling me, no, something happened to me specifically.
Yeah.
Where now I'm, man, women ain't shit out here, man. JT, man, no, man, I pay no. But you ain't getting the same results as me, right?
Right.
So I can't apply it to everybody. I can just say my experience. But a lot of guys, it's where they got their heart broken.
They gonna tell you, man, you don't know what these girls is like, man. Y'all, because y'all don't understand these women, right? They ain't like the women in y'all days. Like, it's still our days. What you talking about, with?
I mean, it's crazy. I mean,
as young as you.
Let's take Braxton, for example, right? 31-year-old man, single. You know what I'm saying? You know, I mean, this is what he just says, more women not recognizing decent. Well, is that all women, most women, or the women that you're around? I mean, you know what I'm saying? You know, when's the last time you walked a museum or you walked, you went to some kind of place where women who are a little bit more refined might be, put on a nice little suit jacket and shit and went out.
There you
just,
go.
You know, and just walked around, you know, see what's happening, you know, I don't know, get a vibe. I just don't, I don't know, man. I mean,
yeah, I think it's just going to be a lot more difficult to find them, but they out there.
Yeah, they gotta be out there.
Yeah, that was what made me do. Braxton had made me do the show. It inspired the show that I did. The date was like the Squid Games because it is. But see, the thing is that you're going to have to avoid any woman that does not have your interest. It's like when you see it, you hear them talk. When you dig what I'm saying, you can't be mesmerized by the big titties and the booty. No, everybody got one now. All the women got big titties and big booties now. Don't worry about it. So now what we gonna look for? We got to start looking for a woman with something that a lot of these other women don't possess.
Right.
And that's someone that is easy, not just easy on the eyes, but they're easy to listen to.
Well,
someone
he
that is
says something, JT. He says, like, and they're childless. So if I assume for Braxton, you want a woman with no kids, guess what? When you're talking to him, you ask him, do you have kids?
Yeah, you got to ask the hard question.
If she says yes, then okay, that one is a no. I mean, that's it.
Appreciate you.
You know what I found out on the Pop Balloon show? They're having more women on there who don't have children.
Yes.
Because
they're trying to see more women on there who don't have children.
Yeah, and this is what listen. This is what you have to learn about.
Hey, Braxton, my daughter doesn't have my daughters don't have no kids.
There you go, Braxton. Now what?
Yeah, they don't have no kids.
Put your red shirt on and come over our pants. Have a button down though. You got to take off. But I like YouTube in a sense because women, when they around other women, they cheerlead for that crazy mess just to be cheerleading. They own the team, but their behavior outside of that would dictate a lot. You know what I'm saying? And she's going to show you her behavior. She can't get away from it. They can't hide it too long. They can't. Who's that said all of a sudden now they forget? I think it was Champ again. All of a sudden they know everything else, but now when you want to talk about some relationship real stuff, they don't know what you're talking about. You got to look at women like that. When they start playing those I don't know and they can't see where y'all in the relationship, then she's not seeing you in the relationship. Just apply it that way. Now, if you refuse to look through all that, then you get what you get. This can't come crying, talking about she did this, but she gave you that information. And Braxton, listen, I'm not talking about you, brother. I'm just talking to young brothers your age. Young brothers your age. You can't listen to me about the worst of a woman if you haven't experienced it. You can't listen to people that tell their negative story. You have to experience it for yourself.
You do.
And you have to be comfortable with your ugly. We all look funny to a woman. You have to love your ugly enough. You have to, because not every woman is gonna find me attractive. I can believe that.
I know about that. Shoot.
But that's what I'm saying. You can't really get caught up in it because she's choosing like you chose her. But you got to look at her behavior. Because if she likes you, she's going to tell you so much stuff about her life. Right. If she doesn't, she's going to talk about all the money and all the travels and all this stuff that she ain't doing that she wants you to do. So you have to be listening to cues.
All the
what he said.
I mean, first of all, I don't know if you have something wrong with your eye. If you do, man, I'm not trying to get. Listen, you meet one of my daughters, the patch fucking has to come off.
Oh, man.
Oh my God.
I thought that was,
Jesus Christ.
I didn't know that was real. I just thought that was just a little. My bad.
Yeah, that's funny. All right, fellas, man. We definitely got to go ahead and lock it down. Wrap it up.
No, hey, Braxton, none of my daughters have children. They're grown women. They never had no children, man. None. There is no children as the woman can get. as women can be. I mean, that's funny though. They just on their grind. Listen, I worked a lot, man. That's why I'm enjoying my retirement. Unfortunately, they got my trait, man. My daughters they're always working.
Yeah,
They're
their work ethic is something. Yeah. Because once you get to a certain age, you want to be able to chill. You don't want to be able to be doing the same things you was doing when you was
I try to tell them, I said, listen, you need to have somebody, they can afford the way that their lifestyle and all that kind of stuff. But you want to have somebody to hold you down. Somebody got your back and all that. And plus, dear old dad can go to sleep at night without worrying about you once in a while.
Yeah.
If somebody's covering you, besides me, somebody that's vetted. But they work hard, man. And the thing is that I wish it was different for them with the pool of guys out there. But I can't solve that one for them. But the truth is they're not agonizing over it.
Yeah.
We have conversations. They're not, if they run into the right guy organically and all that, my daughters know about dating apps and all that other kind of shit. My oldest daughter, she has no trouble going out on dates if she wanted to and all that, But until somebody kind of touches her fancy, she's just happy stacking bread and moving on. But I keep telling her, I said, listen, you ain't no spring chicken anymore.
Yeah, you hey, look, everything takes time, but time waits for no one.
Yep. My 25-year-old, she's kind of, she's one of those kind of person that's kind of introverted at all. She has her music.
That's the one that you have the playing the guitar.
Yeah, she has her music, but she socializes. So where she has the keys to the university, so she has a group of people she hangs out there. Work, she has work friends. They go to concerts and stuff. Then they do some stuff as her music school. So it's not like she doesn't have people that she interacts with.
Right.
She just hasn't told me who she's sweet on yet. You know what I'm saying? I said, there'll be somebody out there. But she has a de facto curfew anyway. She's always in the house. Because if it gets dark, I want to know where she's at. So she's either at work, coming home, she's either at practice or she's coming home. I mean, I don't stop her from doing stuff, but if she's out and the street lights are on, it was 11 o'clock or 10 o'clock, even at 25, so, when are you coming home? Where are you at? There's no, like, I'm staying out all night, none of that shit, right? I'm 30 minutes away, I'm doing this, I'm doing that. I said, cool. When she gets in the house, she'll send me a text, I'm home, if I don't hear her. So.
Yeah. Right.
That's just the way it is.
Hey, that's dope though, man. Because it's just what it is that it ended up being a default. My dad, my dad's my protector, pretty much. So that's pretty dope, man. That's the dopest thing in the world, man. Yeah, you shared a lot, man. That it's dope. I've always respected you, and it builds my respect even more on how you move, because I learned a lot more from you and I can see a little bit more about how you move in the world, and and based off of what you believe. So when you talking about like the relationship aspect of it, and and having the certain discipline and how you move, that's the dopest thing in the world, bro. I ain't gonna even lie to you. I
appreciate that. Now I just need to get in shape. That's all I need. I need to get in shape.
Listen, you can't get Arpain, don't ever try to get in the gym and try to and lift the gym. You ain't ever got to do that ever no more in your life. Only thing you got to do is just go do a couple calisthenics.
Do some cardio.
Get your walk on. Yeah, man. That's cardio. It. Get your cardio on, get that heart to pumping, get that blood to racing. Don't be going out there trying to do all kind of stuff, doing like Mr. Bennett. Mr. Bennett be lifting the gym.
No, they're not Braxton. No, listen.
Braxton, how about if they have all of that themselves? Now, what do you got to say about that? This is the kind of stuff you should have, whether you have a girl or not.
Yeah.
Show.
Those things, and this is the thing too, those things are built through time. One of the things, Yeah. One of the things about when you have a relationship, I don't know why people be trying to get instant stuff. It's not instant. These things that they be asking for in relationships, it's like you just talking about somebody you dating. That's not gonna happen. You gotta accumulate these things, man. And it's a beautiful thing when you go on that journey and you start doing it because it just start happening in happenstance. When you got two people that want more in life, they're just gonna do it. They're gonna do it, and sometimes it does, take because conflict is what basically builds us as people. And it's going to be conflict in your relationship. What you're trying to do is better yourselves on how you deal with the conflict together in unison. When you can do it in unison, and you be like, "Damn, I've known a woman and husband that they will argue. They just don't. They don't talk about politics with each other. They don't talk about because they get into it with each other, right? And they've just learned throughout the time that
is he trolling? Is he trolling us? Are you really feeling
definitely trolling? Braxton is definitely trolling.
That's the guy. You know what I'm saying?
Braxton is definitely trolling right now.
I'll tell you what, man. People don't realize that when two people get together and they're working together, it's not additive.
Yeah.
It's more exponential.
Yep.
And you get a group of people working in synergy and stuff. It's not like 1 + 1 + 1 = 3. It's more like 2 × 2 × 2.
Yeah.
Times 4.
Yeah. I mean, so that's what really I don't understand. You'll hear these ladies on say, I could do bad all by myself, but why?
Yeah.
Why do you want to do bad?
Right. Why would you want to do bad by yourself?
Why you want to fight the bird?
It's just crazy, man. It's just some of the dumbest shit in the whole world. So I don't know. The reality has to sit in, but I tell you what, based on the black women that they put in front of the mic,
man,
they really are turnoffs, man.
Yeah,
they really are. It's horrible, man, to hear them talk.
Yeah, I call them cactus.
I'm doing the third part of on Monday, and I guess we all got to cut out. I'm doing the third part. Black folks in a post DEI America, right? But the real theme is that since when is DEI synonymous with being a Black American?
Oh man, I gotta be on that panel. You gonna have a panel, or you just gonna talk about it yourself?
No. I mean, people could come up. I'll drop the link so we could talk. Of course, I'm gonna have some videos. It's Black people who are making ourselves synonymous with DEI because we're complaining about it. We're not even beneficiaries of the fucking thing.
Word.
And we're the face of it. Why are we the face of it?
That's crazy.
Where's the alphabet people? Where's the white women complaining about it going away? They're sitting back with their Cheshire shot, grins and shit, whatever you call it, Cheshire cat grin. Oh, we got the N-words out there fighting for us again.
Right, they got the Chester cat grin on it.
You know what I'm saying, man? It's sick. What the fuck, man?
Yeah, man.
Al Sharpton doing a boycott while he's taking people to spend their money in Costco. The Costco owner is probably bringing out the Target guy.
Right. That's crazy. Like, come on.
I'm sitting back here, man. You know what, man? We're a lost tribe. Black people.
Yeah.
I hate to say it, man. We're the most gullible people on the face of the earth.
That's crazy.
I got words to say that, but we're the most gullible people. Look at the Africans.
Yeah.
They went through all of this shit to get the white boys out, just to let the Chinese come in and exploit their ass. What the fuck is going on?
We don't want that type of oppression. We want that type of oppression.
You went to the Chinese, get your ass, man. Shit, they setting up stores that your Black African ass can't even go to.
You can't go to. Come on, man.
They need the space too. They need the space over there.
So I'll be right back, fellas.
I just can't get it, man. We in trouble, man.
Listen, man. I know you. I'll say this though, man. Listen.
Hey, man, if y'all around Monday show up, man. Monday 7 is my time.
7 o'clock. Okay, I ain't got enough.
Every month I'm back. I was off this week, so I'm back this time.
The days of the feminist ideology is going to go away.
I hope so.
And people are scared. That's why you see now it's going to watch. I think over the course of this year, it's going to be so many women taking men's talking points and speaking that into the atmosphere. It's going to be so many women because now they know they are faced with cutting a deal with the man they didn't want to cut a deal with no more. Now they'll take the bus drive.
Yeah, man, did you hear that the president is going to limit Section 8 to only 2 years?
I didn't hear it like in the news, but I ran across a line but I just like, oh well, that's Trump.
I'm gonna dig that one out, man.
Yeah,
that's a game changer. People are generations on Section 8.
Yes, and you know it's funny. Me and my wife was having this conversation yesterday about cutting programs. It wasn't so much about what you said, but it was just like some of the programs. Like, yeah, he's going to make able-minded bodies accountable for their life now, and that's on both sides. Everybody that's been living in the welfare system for 15, 20, 30 years, you're going to have to now take your ass to work.
Yep.
You're going to have to go show that you want, and it's going to go to its original form. It's temporary. So
JT say he's cutting out, man. He left.
He's coming back. I'll say this, man. Listen, man, it's my birthday today.
Yeah. He's going, but if he's going and you're cutting out, I'm going to have to end the show then.
End the show, man. You know what I'm saying? I'm going to be kicking it all weekend with my wife up until
you going anywhere? You going somewhere? What are you doing?
Nah, man. My wife just going to make me a good meal, man. She going to dust off this little scribble pole she got over here, man. We're gonna have some fun, man. It's my day tomorrow, man. Yeah, so it's my day, man. You know, she give me a little cake. I told her I don't even want that.
Tomorrow's your birthday?
Yeah, it started at 12:55.
Happy birthday, brother, man. Enjoy, man. So right before the Super Bowl. See, now I'm gonna cook something for the Super Bowl because I usually finish cooking around 3:00, so it's gonna be time.
That's a good time. Yeah.
It'll be all food, be ready, you know. Yes, and I'm gonna do something real simple, man. I think I just want some steak, man. I just might.
That's a good time. Yeah, I probably have my. I don't know what I wanted some homemade potato skins.
Okay.
And as far as I might make my own nacho dip and nacho chips, fried up, and do all that myself.
Yeah, I got a bag of wings in the freezer, you know.
Yeah, I'm gonna have some wings. There you go, some strips. There you go.
Yeah, man. So I don't know what I'm gonna do, man. I already got the wings and stuff, and you know.
Who's your pick, man?
I got Kansas City, man. I want Kansas City to win. But if Philly wins, I'm not gonna lose no sleep over it. I want to see history. I don't want to see history.
I want to see Jalen Hurts get one 28-24.
Oh yeah, I'll be talking about his wife on the next next.
I want to see Saquon Barkley.
Yeah, Saquon Barkley's wife. You know,
I want to see him solidify the running back forever in the
NFL. Yeah, man. All right, brother.
Peace out, JT. We out of here, man.
Yeah, JT, we out of here. He's all right, man. I'm gonna just end the show, man. He'll come back. We'll be going. All right, man. All right, you going? All right. I'll see you later.